Had to be Monday. hopefully I fixed that. Good Monday morning, friends. Happy you're here. Glad to see you. Thanks for being here. Hopefully the sound is working now. Thank you for that reminder. Gregory, not doing my job. One thing to do, Steve. One thing to do. Just start the live and push the appropriate button, but that's a little bit too much to ask. Anyway, thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. You've got many, many choices to make every single day, and we're super grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thanks for being here. You know the drill. There's a gifting goal today. Please contribute to that. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. Please consider joining our team. If you do that every single day, that helps us, that helps you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We are marching towards our 25K goal for the Do Something Tour. We stand at $7,474. Thank you to everyone who's contributed so far. I'll be posting a GoFundMe a little bit later on today. Thank you, Fish Trucker. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. So head on over to the Linktree as well, because if you do want to donate, you can find the links to the various pay apps, which are Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Factsstillmatter. We appreciate you in advance. Again, the Linktree that's in my bio, you'll get a link to the Discord. Please consider joining us there. We have links to our YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube, streaming on Twitch as well. Please consider subscribing. The more presence we have from a social media perspective, the easier it's going to be cover the tour. If you want, you can also go to the Instagram page. The link to that is also in the Linktree. The IG page for the Do Something Tour, freshly produced video that's posted there as well. Also, if you want to check out the video that we did, thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everybody involved in putting that together. We appreciate you guys very, very much. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff, including new items in the merch store like this one, If Not Us, Who, If Not Now, When, and a bunch of other new items as well. They're in the merch store. You can find a link to that. It's either at factsstillmatter.site or FactsHQ. I think I got everything. Thank you for being here. Happy Monday. We have a lot to cover. So if you joined us for our Facts After Dark on Friday night, it was a great show. One of my favorite episodes we've ever done of that show. We started the question that we posed then was, are women rejecting men or the behavior? And the conclusion that we came to was that women are rejecting men because of their behavior. And the conversations went in a whole bunch of different directions. And I want to thank everybody who joined. As part two, I guess, of that, the question then is, how then do we as men fix men? Breaking the red pill. I'm going to talk this morning a lot about Inside the Manosphere, this new documentary that's on Netflix. I would highly recommend you guys watching it. A lot of it is things that we've already known, but when you see it like in action, it tells you how much of a threat red pilling in the manosphere is in general. So we'll get into that today because there is a lot to unpack with that. So then again, the conversations will kind of sort of spin around that particular topic. But I want to get into the news a little bit because we have a lot to cover. The latest from Iran as things continue to escalate out of control there. Let me just, at this point, it's really, there was no plan. I think it's safe to say that there was no plan. Because now we have the Strait of Hormuz. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz has driven up oil prices and gas prices to the tune of, I think it's now $3.71 a gallon as of this morning, according to AAA. So just historically speaking, it was $3.71 today. It's up 2 cents since yesterday. It was $3.47 a week ago. It was $2.92 a month ago, and now it sits at $3.07. And diesel, by the way, diesel's up $1.38 from a year ago. It's $4.98 a gallon for diesel. And it's just going to get worse. That's not really going to change. So we're going to get into all of that. A lot to cover there. There's still some rhetoric connected to the tomahawks, people on the right trying to say that it wasn't the United States, that it was Iran. We've got intelligence reporting that says, in fact, it was the U.S. We even have members of the Senate going out on the record saying, yeah, we know it's us. We made a mistake. Can we just be honest? The only people left defending it are people who in this space who just can't believe that the United States would actually do that, or at least be willing to admit to a mistake. But first, as we've done all month long in honor of Women's History Month, identifying and recognizing a woman from history, today I thought we would do RBG. The reason I wanted to talk about our RBG is because we know the Supreme Court is heavily compromised, and we certainly know that we need fighters like her, and I think her story is just amazing. So Joan Ruth Bader Ginsburg, born March 15th, 1933, sadly died September the 18th, 2020, was an American lawyer and jurist. who served as an associate justice at the Supreme Court of the United States from 1993 until her death in 2020. She was nominated by President Clinton to replace retiring Justice Byron White, and at the time was viewed as a moderate consensus builder. Ginsburg was the first Jewish woman and the second woman to serve on the court after Sandra Day O'Connor. During her tenure, Ginsburg authored the majority opinions in cases such as the United States versus Virginia in 1996, Olmstead versus LC in 1999, Friends of the Earth Incorporated versus Laidlaw Environmental Services Incorporated in 2000, City of Sherrill versus the Oneida Indian Nation of New York in 2005. Later in her tenure, Ginsburg received attention for her passionate dissents that reflected liberal views of the law. Ginsburg was born and grew up in Brooklyn. Just over a year later, her older sister and only sibling, Marilyn, died of meningitis at the age of 6. Her mother died shortly before she graduated from high school. She earned her bachelor's degree at Cornell and married Martin D. Ginsburg, becoming a mother before starting law school at Harvard, where she was one of few women in her class. Ginsburg transferred to Columbia Law School, where she graduated joint first in her class. During the early 1960s, she worked with Columbia Law School project on international procedure, learned Swedish, and then co-authored a book with Swedish jurist Anders Bruzelius. Her work in Sweden profoundly influenced her thinking of gender equality. She then became a professor at Rutgers Law School and Columbia Law School, teaching civil procedure as one of few women in her field and the first female member of the law faculty at Columbia to attain tenure. RBG, go check out the movie. Total badass. We owe her a lot. It's a reminder of what a balanced court would look like, to be perfectly honest. She's not a radical progressive. She's a left-leaning moderate jurist who recognized that the courts and the law should not get in the way of individuals' personal freedoms. So good on her and RBG. Okay, so let's get an update, the latest from the situation in the Gulf, and we're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Because it's a real problem because this administration did not have a plan. So the conflict between the US and Israel has led to the de facto shutdown or severe disruption of shipping through the strait. Iran has warned ships not to pass. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But I first want to just remind folks of a couple things real quick. Let's see if I can find it. We have more US casualties. So as of, since the conflict began, there are now 13 confirmed deaths of US service members. About 140 US troops have been wounded, most with minor injuries, but 8 of those wounded are considered severely injured. There was an Iranian drone strike in Kuwait on March 1st, where 6 US soldiers were killed at a logistics operations site near Camp Arifjan. Dozens of troops wounded. Combat-related injuries later leading to deaths, including several troops who were wounded in early attacks. And then U.S. aircraft crashed during operations. Our KC-135 refueling plane crashed in Iraq while supporting the war, not caused by the enemy, as they say. So again, 13 U.S. troops killed so far unnecessarily, and 140 wounded, again, unnecessarily. So there's that. Okay, so to the Strait. So the situation there is really, well, the administration would like you to think that they had this planned. So we're gonna talk about Pete Kegsbreath a little bit today. So here's what his latest is. This is pretty wild. Here you go. From a press conference. This was a press conference from Saturday.
U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran. Yet we're not escorting ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it.
Why aren't
we recognize it.
When you listen to Pete Hegseth talk, I want you to remember this. He's trained in media, okay? So he uses traditional media training tactics, as we've discussed before. You know, he's good with the spoken word, right? He's good. He looks good on camera, so he's trying to present this air of sort of credibility. Well, it falls fucking flat on his face because every time he fucking opens his mouth, he's lying. So here it is again.
Military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran. Yet we're not escorting ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it.
Why aren't
we recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve.
What?
And ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it, or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do, or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning.
Really?
And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah.
What? Okay. Heard this by now, but just in case you haven't.
Many countries.
This was put out by the president on Saturday.
Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, it's actually the Strait of Hormuz, but whatever, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. We've already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability.
What? Okay.
But it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Okay. Hopefully, and South Strait will no longer said that we don't have anything left, but they're still blowing shit up. So yeah, but my followers and voters are blowing shit up. So yeah, but my followers and voters are dumb. They'll believe it. Anyway, in the meantime, the United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water, one way or the other. We will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. President Donald J. Trump.
What? Okay. Well, it's interesting because Iran is the one that's actually playing 5D chess here. Because there's reporting from the IB Times, this came out last night. Iran has offered oil tankers safe passage through the strait, but only under two conditions. Iran has indicated that oil tankers may still pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but only if they are not linked to the U.S. or is traded in Chinese yuan rather than U.S. dollars. The move raises the stakes for global energy markets, turning a key flashpoint into a test of financial and political loyalties, just as the current president of the U.S., Mr. Trump, urges countries that rely on the route to help keep it open with American backing. Interesting. Petrodollar stuff. At some point, Obi's going to do a breakdown for us on this. The proposal signals more than a wartime warning. It shows Tehran trying to turn control of one of the world's most important oil choke points into both a diplomatic tool and a financial lever at a moment when roughly 1/5 of the global oil passes through the narrow waterway. Iranian officials have publicly insisted the Strait of Hormuz remains open while making clear that access is not the same for every ship. Alireza Tangrisi, commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Republican Guard, Navy, said the strait had not been militarily blocked but remained under Iranian control, while Foreign Minister Abbas Angachi said vessels linked to the U.S. and Israel and their allies were the ones excluded. The position closely matches the message set out in the source material, which said any ship could pass if it met two conditions. It was not affiliated with the U.S. or Israel, and it traded in Chinese yuan instead of the dollar. Separate reports have since said Tehran is considering limited tanker passage under the yuan-denominated trade, suggesting the idea is being weighed as part of a broader strategy rather than a passing threat. They are playing the long game, and we don't have anybody competent enough to address it. Keep that in mind. So back to Pete. So because Pete, this is this is perfect Hegseth, right? Listen to what he says here. That this is Pete. I don't know if he had a couple of pops before the presser, but this is a wild take.
Transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that.
I'm sorry, one more time.
The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that.
I'm sorry, once again?
The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that.
Okay. So it's open unless you're getting shot at. So it's not open. One more time.
The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that.
Okay. So Iran's like, fine. Any ship with a U.S. or Israeli flag, you ain't coming. All the other ships, you're welcome to. No problem, as long as you buy our oil in Chinese yuan. The Iranian military is getting intelligence from Russia. China's looking to negotiate back channels to avoid having to use the U.S. back currency, petrodollars, et cetera, et cetera. And here we fucking sit. Here we fucking sit. Our gas prices are up $1. And it's just going to get worse because you have incompetent Christian nationalist fucks in charge who don't give a shit. And a lot of them are in the red pill mindset because a lot of them don't want women to vote, which is, again, where the SAVE Act comes into play. They're afraid of you. Remember that, Queens. They're afraid of you. Give them a reason to be afraid, please. Because, again, if it's not us, who, if not now, when? Item available in the merch store. Go check it out. Okay, so on that topic, we're gonna discuss a couple things related to this because there's big news coming from the FCC. Now, again, if you don't want to be labeled a fascist Yahtzee, then stop doing fascist Yahtzee shit. So what am I talking about, you might ask? Well, here's the thing. Brendan Carr, who's the chairperson of the FCC, had this to say. Federal Communications Commissioner Brendan Carr on Saturday renewed his criticism and threats against broadcasters over their content, this time with President Trump's criticism of the Iran war reporting as the backdrop. Broadcasters, quote, who air fake news must correct course before their license renewals come up. Carr posted on X. And what did he say specifically? He said this: broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest and they will lose their licenses if they do not. And frankly, changing course is their own business interest since trust in legacy media has now fallen to an all-time low of just 9% and our ratings disasters. Now, Jesus, Brendan, why the fuck do you think that is? Why do you think that? Why do you think there's this distrust in media? Maybe it's because Christian nationalists like you fascist fuck, have been telling people that reporting that goes against the administration, which is what journalists are supposed to do, is somehow fake. Okay. The American people have subsidized broadcasters to the tune of billions of dollars by providing free access to the nation's airwaves. It is very important to bring trust back into media, which has earned itself the label of fake news. Okay. When a political candidate is able to win a landslide election victory, although it didn't happen, after in the face of hoaxes and distortions, there is something very wrong. It means the public has lost faith and confidence in the media, and we can't allow this to happen. The president put out this, yet again, an intentionally misleading headline at the fake news media. Oh, sorry to do this.
Again, an intentionally misleading headline by the fake news media about the 5 tanker planes that were supposedly struck down at an airport in Saudi Arabia and of no further use. In actuality, the base was hit a few days ago, but the planes were not struck or destroyed. 4 of the 5 had virtually no damage and are already back in service. 1 had slightly more damage but will be in the air shortly. None were destroyed or close to that, as the fake news said in a headline. New York Times, Wall Street Journal in particular, and other low-life papers and media actually want us to lose the war. Their terrible reporting is the exact, wait a minute, that said war. Lose the war. Got it. Their terrible reporting is the exact opposite of the actual facts. They are truly sick and demented people that have no idea the damage they cause. The United States of America, fortunately, as proven by our great and conclusive election win in 2024, the people of our country understand what is happening far better than the fake news media, President Donald J. Trump. Okay.
So, flat out assault on the First Amendment. Well, it's really bad because if you think about the orbit, I've talked to you guys about this before, about how I am genuinely, after we get through this, and we will get through this, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, in a minute. We'll get through it. But the trust of the press has been degraded so much. And yes, I have lots of issues with legacy media, no doubt about it. My issues around legacy media is because legacy media has always been very conservative. It's always been that way. Listen, I worked in media for a long time. I've seen it. It's always been conservative. And people on the right will never accept that. Doesn't mean it's extreme right. Although there are a lot, but by and large, media is conservative. Okay? The problem you have now is that you've got this sort of ecosystem of media conglomerates that are now deeply connected to the Trump administration. Case in point, Larry and David Edelson, owners of CBS News, CBS, Paramount, Pluto TV, and TT. Zuckerberg with Meta, Facebook, Reels, Instagram, WhatsApp, others. The Murdoch family, of course, Fox News, Fox Business, Fox TV stations, Fox, Tubi, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, the Sinclair family. They have local affiliates on CBS, on NBC, on Fox, and the CW, and ABC. They also own The Sun. You've got Elon and X. You've got Bezos and Washington Post. You've got with Prime and with Twitch and Wondery. You've got Alphabet that owns Google, YouTube, Android, Google Play, Gemini, Blogger. You've got Sam Altman on ChatGPT. You've got Apple with Apple TV and Apple iTunes. So this gigantic ecosystem, right, is really, really influential in messaging. And we've talked about this before, right? We've talked about this before. What is it? Hold on a second. I want to make sure I get it correct. It's Brandolini's Law, right? At the core, Brandolini's Law is the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude larger than the energy needed to produce it. Meaning that when someone just tells a fucking lie, it's easy to say, yeah, I mean, the Tomahawk wasn't ours, it was Iran. So people will hear that and be like, oh shit, the president told me that, it must be Iran. And then we have to go through the exercise. You have to investigate who said it and where it came from and how. So when you've got that gigantic ecosystem now, again, the Ellison family, Zuckerberg, the Murdoch family, the Sinclair family, Bezos, Alphabet, Elon, Apple, and Sam Altman own so much of our media, so much of it. The message is going to be diluted even within those circles. But for this administration to refer people who are reporting in opposition as fake, okay. So you heard it. Brendan Carr, the FCC chairperson, is threatening to remove licenses of broadcast entities because the president doesn't like what's being said about him. So Ron Johnson, this was unexpected. He's doing the rounds this weekend. Ron Johnson, who basically is like a weather vane, he will turn to whatever direction the wind's blowing. But he said something very interesting being interviewed on Fox over the weekend.
On the FCC chairman, he has been heavily criticizing broadcast news organizations for their war coverage, threatening not to renew their broadcast licenses, though. And the critics jumped on a post that he made a few years ago, sort of countering himself and saying the FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of public interest. Obviously, there is a lot of criticism on the very news reporting that the administration is unhappy with. But do you think it's the role of the government to police that kind of coverage, from where they sit?
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of the First Amendment. I do not like the heavy hand of government, no matter who's wielding it. So no, I would rather the federal government stay out of the private sector as much as possible. And really, the federal government's role is to protect our freedoms, protect our constitutional rights.
Whoa.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. It's been great talking to you. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, sir.
Well.
Have a good morning.
You too.
So, thank you for the pleasantries. So, MAGA, I know you're in here. Welcome. You love me. Just admit it. You do. I mean, come on. Let's be real. Did you hear that, though? Y'all are all about your rights and your freedoms, and we are too. And to be honest, we care more about your protection than you do, right? We don't want the government suppressing speech. Now, you're going to come up with these claims. Oh, what about Biden? Biden did it with Facebook. Well, first of all, Facebook, private company, Biden administration during C-19 requested what the policies were from Meta in regard to misinformation connected to C-19, period. No threats to remove licenses, no penalties, no fines. And what did Meta do? They responded by addressing their misinformation policies. I'll remind you, going back to the first Trump administration, Trump got all up in his shit because Chrissy Teigen on X, Twitter at the time, called Donald Trump a pussy-ass bitch. And he got all up in his shit and wanted that post removed. And now here we sit because the president is, in fact, a pussy-ass bitch. And he's all up in his shit because he doesn't like the fact that journalists are asking legitimate questions about our involvement. And now his FCC chairperson, again, said this. Broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewal comes up. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. Who's the arbiter? And frankly, changing course is in their own business interest, since the trust in legacy media has now fallen to an all-time low of just 9% and our ratings disasters. The American people have subsidized broadcasters to the tune of billions of dollars by providing free access to the nation's airwaves. It is very important to bring trust back into media, which has earned itself the label of fake news. When a political candidate is able to win a landslide election victory, which is so fucking not true, after in the face of hoaxes and distortions, there is something very wrong. It means the public has lost faith and confidence in the media, and we can't allow that to happen. So we'll continue to watch that story, because to me, it's really interesting that, you've got the freedom fighters, right? Don't touch my rights. Yet here, literally, our First Amendment not in general, our First Amendment protects us from the government, protects us from the government from suppressing speech, suppressing or promoting a particular religion, keeping us from peacefully protesting, keeping us from petitioning our grievances against the government, and protects us, the press, from being manipulated and suppressed. But again, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Mike, come on up. I see you. No one's questioning that, Mike. We're not talking about that, okay? I want you to come up, though, for a second. I see you there. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're back, but come on up. I want you to request. No one is saying fair and square. We all have questions, but no one's here to debate that, Mike. But I'd like to talk to you specifically about what I just went through. Come on up, Mike. I want you to come up. I'd love to see you. Please come up. Because I want to talk to you about what we just went through, Mike. Because this is the part that I think is really an opportunity for you, right? Because as you were honest with us, where you were getting your news from, we're now in a situation where, like, do you think the government should be telling the press what they can and can't say? So, we can talk about that, Mike, if you'd like to. But, the invitation's there. So whenever you're ready to request, come on up. Okay. So now we've got that, right? We've got the obvious attack on the First Amendment. It continues. We've got lies about Tomahawk missiles, for example. So let's get into that first. Then we're going to get into our topics from today, because this is a big topic, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I want to make sure that we're talking about it. So let me start. What do I want to start? Let's see. gosh, there's so many things. Let's go with the intelligence report. Okay. Outdated intel, right? Outdated intel likely led to the U.S. carrying out a deadly strike on Iranian elementary school, AP sources have said. Outdated intelligence likely led to the United States carrying out a deadly missile strike on an elementary school in Iran that killed over 165 people, many of them children, in the opening hours of the war. That number is close to 190 now. According to U.S. official and a second person briefed on the findings of a preliminary U.S. military investigation into the incident. Now, again, this is the danger here. We fall into this trap. Well, we don't, but they do, because they're going to say it's anonymous sources or whatever that might be. What we know right now, okay, what we know right now is that a preliminary U.S. military investigation into the incident said it was likely due to bad intel or outdated maps. Plain and simple. Okay, that's what we know. So John Kennedy was out. Well, let me start with this. This was that famous moment from the president at that presser last week. Let's listen to this, and then we'll bring ourselves up to speed. Going to kind of go back in time to move forward in time.
Footage that showed that an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it, and I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more.
No, they don't.
But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now.
It's not very generic, and no, that is incorrect. They do not have, Iran does not have Tomahawks. It's the U.S., Australia, Japan, the UK, and by the way, they can only be launched from either ships or subs. So, Jake, I'm just curious about something. You said that they do. So, Jake, can you just come up for a second, bro, if you would mind, just real quick, because you said that Iran does. And this is my point, and I think I'm glad you said that in the comments. I'd like you to come up and talk to me, because you said that they do. Well, the only person that's told you that they do is the president. They're the only ones that told you that they do. So, even if that's the case, an initial U.S. military investigation determined that it was the U.S. that hit this school, based whether it's intentionally targeting, you could make the argument, or if it was based on bad intel. Those are the facts, right? You can't dispute that, but you can try. Good luck. Good luck. Okay. With that being said, there's a little bit more to the story. Here's Foghorn Leghorn. I mean, Senator Kennedy from Louisiana. He's being interviewed on this particular topic, and he had a very, very direct answer.
Does it help or hurt regime change when we're bombing desalinization plants and our missiles are hitting girls' schools?
Wait, hold on. That's okay. The department is doing an investigation, but we all know what it's going to show. We made a mistake.
Yeah. Exactly. Why did President Trump just say, no, it wasn't our missile, it was them doing it?
I don't know. I have enough trouble running my own life. President Trump, I've known President Trump for 10 years. Some people like him, some people hate him. There doesn't seem to be much middle ground. He and I agree on many things. We disagree on some. We have two very different personalities. President Trump, I think he has demonstrated this. President Trump grows anxious when he has an unexpressed thought. He has no filter. I told him one time that it made him a little mad. I said, Mr. President, tweeting a little bit less, would not cause brain damage. But it is what it is, Walter. I don't spend a lot of time. People elected him, and they can unelect him.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a tweet. I'm talking about saying, okay, that missile hit a girls' school, and I'm not going to tell you.
Well, I can't dictate policy to the president, but I will tell you what I think. I'm very sorry it happened. It was a mistake. It was a terrible mistake. And I think the investigation will find that. It won't help in the sense that the kids are still dead.
That's right.
But when you make a mistake like that, you need to admit it. I'm just very, very sorry it happened. I don't, but we can't undo it. But we ought to admit it.
So once again, foghorn leghorn, I mean Senator Kennedy, contradicting the president along with everybody else. Here's the sound from the president again.
Footage that shows an American missile strike and a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. They don't. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now.
You're wrong about that. Mike, I saw your note. It said, call me. I don't know if I messaged you in TikTok. So if check your DMs and you got to leave me your number. So I will call you. We will talk. I have to make sure that we made a lot of progress with you and you're the model. So I will talk to you. I promised you I would, but you need to let me know what your number is by checking your direct messages in TikTok. If you don't know how to do that, ask Debbie. She can help you navigate through it. Anyway, so here we sit. Right? We know it. We know what it was. And just real quick, I just did a little bit of research. I want to make sure I've got this correct. Hold on. Okay. This is from, let's see. This is from the AP. Several countries possess Tomahawk cruise missiles, a long-range U.S.-made cruise missile primarily launched from ships or subs. Produced by Raytheon and widely used by the United States Navy since 1980s. Thousands produced since the 80s. They're launched from Navy destroyers or from attack submarines. They're used in conflicts such as the Gulf War, Iraq War, Syrian Civil War, and now the Iran War. Australia approved to purchase in 2023 to 2024. They will deploy them on Hobart-class destroyers. They will future nuclear submarines under the AUKUS Security Pact. Japan approved purchase announced in 2023. They plan to deploy on the Maya-class destroyer and the Atago-class destroyer, part of Japan's new long-range counter-strike capability. The U.S., full operator, primary user. The U.K., only long-term foreign operator. Australia, approved purchase, entering service soon. And Japan, approved purchase, entering service soon. So, again, I know the Netherlands, I think there's a negotiation with them as well. But no one else is in theater to be able to do that. So we know what happened. This is the issue that our friends on the right will just not believe because they'll take the soundbite from the president. They'll take the soundbite from Pete Hegseth. They'll take the soundbite from whomever aligns with their particular beliefs. And then when journalists say, well, this is what we've got, when the journalists are reporting that, listen, internal sources, which has always been connected to journalism, U.S. initial preliminary United States military investigation said, yep, we got bad intel. So then what do you want to believe? MAGA, what do you want to believe? It shouldn't be that. It should not be that much of a stretch. All we are asking is acknowledge that we fucked up. If we can put a fucking smart bomb down the chimney of the Ayatollah's place, then I would like to think that target, although, yes, let's just assume that it was bad intel. Let's just go with that argument that it was bad intel. Still did it. Still fucking did it. So, yeah. All right. Let's now shift to gas prices. Goodness gracious. Again, this is the ultimate hypocrisy of the MAGA movement. One of the primarily underpinning principles of getting Donald Trump elected was the economy. We see a 0.7% growth GDP fourth quarter, 92,000 jobs lost in February, CPI on the rise. We know it was relatively flat in February. You wait till the numbers come out in April for March because gas is up 70 cents. Okay? 70 cents. So again, the gaslighting connected to this. Remember we played sound last week, short-term pain, long-term gain? Today, again, according to AAA, $3.71 a gallon for gas nationally. It's up from yesterday. It was $3.47 a week ago. It was $2.92 a month ago. It was $3.07 a year ago. So it's up 70 cents in a year. Up is up, down is down. So when you go to the pumps and you see Donald Trump's finger pointing to the price of gas, and it should say, I did that. But what about Biden? All right. So this is how bad it's gotten. I'm going to first play some sound from, this is Energy Secretary Chris Wright. He's the guy that would be front and center. He's the guy that would be aware of this. And I want you to listen to the fucking, the gaslighting from this chuckle fuck. He's sitting down with Martha Raddatz.
Should Americans expect for gas prices to be high? Are we talking weeks? Are we talking months? Or just don't know at this point?
Yeah, I think that this conflict will certainly come to the end in the next few weeks. Could be sooner than that, but the conflict will come to the end in
could be sooner, could be longer, right?
Next few weeks, and we'll see a rebound in supplies and a pushing down of prices after that. But yes, we were very aware
really?
that we would have short-term disruption.
Really?
We would cause a little bit of increased prices on Americans. Prices today are still far below what they were in the Biden administration, where they were begging, bartering, and bribing Iran to behave better. We had $5 gasoline in the middle of the Biden administration. We hope we don't get there this time, but at least this increase in gasoline prices is for something that's going to change the geopolitical situation in the world forever.
Yeah, change it for whom? We already know Iran's plan. Iran's plan is to say, listen, we'll let you buy our oil, but you're gonna use the Chinese yuan to do it. It's up 70. I mean, it's up like 60 cents in a week and a half, 2 weeks. But again, that's just the energy secretary. What the fuck does he know? Let's go a little bit deeper, shall we? Let's go a little bit deeper into this. This is Senator Roger Marshall. Where is he from? Is he a senator from Oklahoma? Where's he from? I gotta keep it straight. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Here you go. Listen to his sound.
I mean, I just asked because you described it as a hiccup, the gas prices and the change in the oil market that we're seeing. I mean, if they're lifting sanctions on Russia, clearly they're worried it could last longer than just a brief period, don't you think?
I don't, Caitlin. I think you're really reaching here. I think just as quickly as we took those sanctions away, we can put them back on. So I think, again, it's one day at a time. You live in this little ivory tower here. I don't think that you're dealing with the real world that the President Trump has. We don't know when the war is going to be over. We don't know when the sanctions should go back on. But I think the President on a day-to-day basis is trying to do what he thinks is best for Americans.
I'm asking you about gas prices that Americans are paying that are extremely high and having wild swings, in part because of the war with Iran that the President started.
Right. So again, freedom is not free. Americans are going to have to make some sacrifices.
Americans are going to have to make some sacrifices. Short-term pain, long-term gain, right?
But we're operating from a point of strength. Isn't it great that compared to when I was growing up in the 70s, we were so dependent upon Middle East oil, but now we're the largest producer of oil in the world, that we're the second biggest exporter of oil in the world. So we're not going to be shut out economically from this. We at least have the oil here. Yes, it's a worldwide commodity, but this is one of the prices of war. Are we willing to stand here for 47 years and let Iran beat the heck out of Americans and kill thousands of Americans? Or are we willing to stand up and say enough of this?
What the fuck was that? Anyway, here's a comment that somebody wrote on this particular post. Trump is mentioned in the Epstein files more than any name. Trump is protecting pedophiles, pleaded the fifth 97 times, found guilty for paying hush money to a porn star, 34 felony convictions, 91 criminal charges, 26 sexual assault allegations, 6 bankruptcies, 5 draft affirmants, 4 indictments, 2 impeachments, 2 convicted companies, fake Trump University shut down, $25 million in fraud settlement, $5 million sexual abuse verdict, scamming fake charitable foundations and fundraising, fraud, $2 million verdict for fake charity abuse, $93 million sexual abuse judgment, $400 million plus fraud judgment, first president in history to serve a full term, increase the deficit every year, first president in history to maintain debt to GDP ratio over 100% in his entire term, highest annual budget deficit, most added to the national debt in a term, most unemployment claims, largest single day point drop in the history of the Dow, first candidate in over 50 years to lose the popular vote twice, longest government shutdown in history, first president in the history to maintain a net negative approval rating for his term, reckless escalations with other countries, fantasies of owning Greenland, Canada, and other countries, starts wars and chaos to deflect from the Epstein files, damaged our allies' trust, responsible for largest recorded mass killings of schoolgirls, 165 dead, ages 7 to 12, respect for the USA gone, Trump bombs and grapes innocent children, economic impact, rising consumer prices, inflation, not abiding by the rule of law, first president impeached twice, first president to have bipartisan support for his conviction after impeachments, Trump's unqualified administration has the most indictments, guilty pleas, felons, criminal convictions, P3DO members, first president with a mugshot only in the USA. Can you have a convicted felon and P3DO president who was settled grape and sexual assault suits out of court, fantasies of underage girls, boast about grabbing women by the pussy. Trump is compromised, easily bought, a threat to national security. Those who voted for a pathological liar, felon, P3DO are definitely following a cult that is destroying America. And scene. Right? I mean, and here we sit. The energy secretary is like, get over it. Whatever. A senator is like, well, America's gonna have to make some sacrifices. Just gonna have to tighten up that belt. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, as gas is gonna hit $5. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Let's listen to JD Vance go back in time a little bit on the same topic. Exactly, Drew. Let them eat cake. Here's JD.
All this conversation happens where Joe Biden left us in a terrible situation.
What about Biden?
And the reason why gas prices are where they are today is because of Donald Trump's work to get them lower, because in the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration, because the president has set us up for energy dominance. And one of the lessons we all have to take away, frankly, every time we get involved in anything overseas, whether it's in the Middle East or anywhere else, the thing we got to take away from it is energy dominance and energy independence. Rely on our own people, rely on our own energy.
One part of this, again, that I want you to hear is this part. Hold on.
All this conversation happens where Joe Biden left us in a terrible situation, and the reason why gas prices are where they are today is because of Donald Trump's work to get them lower.
Okay, you heard it. That's the clip. The reason why gas prices are the way they are today is because of what the president has done. We love you too, Mike. Tell Debbie we said hello. There you go. There you sit. They're desperate. We are now talking how long he's been in office, 17 months? And they're still trying to blame Joe? Listen, Joe just wants to go to Rehoboth Beach, waddle over there and eat some fucking ice cream. Can we leave the man alone? Again, we know that a president does not have a lever to raise and lower prices, but their actions certainly do. Right? I was told that if Kamala Harris was elected president, we would have an economic crisis. I was told that if Kamala Harris was elected, that inflation would skyrocket. I was told that if Kamala Harris was elected, we would be at war with Iran. I was told that if Kamala Harris was elected, gas prices would spike through the roof. Well, I voted for Kamala Harris. And guess what? All those things happened. What do you fucking know? Okay, a little bit more on, we're going to unpack this a little bit more. So this is Rick Scott. Keep in mind, Rick Scott is a billionaire, or almost a billionaire. And again, being asked the questions about Americans feeling the price at the pump.
Fascinating to me that Democrats now talk about gas prices. Under Obama and under Biden, they tried to destroy the U.S. oil and gas industry. So we want prices to come down. I think, unfortunately, prices are going to be up for a while until this ends. But with Venezuela coming on, with American oil and gas coming on, with hopefully a positive resolution to this conflict, then prices will come down even further.
Again, Rick Scott, Roger Marshall, both very wealthy. Rick Scott, one of the biggest perpetrators of Medicare fraud in our nation's history. That guy trying to tell you, Mike and Debbie, that your pocketbook is irrelevant. And other Trump voters. I know they never bring up the OPEC deal. Of course they don't, right? This is the problem that we face now. Obviously, it's the hypocrisy. We know that. We know that. I was in a live last night, and thank you again, Sanjay, if you're here. But this gentleman making claims that Donald Trump's not racist, and we unpacked it with him. Sanjay's a cultural anthropologist. Our friend DJ Tony, a black man in America, was up in the. Hang on a second. Goodbye. I love you more. Be safe. Be kind. Be gentle. Have a good day. Sorry, girl dad duties. We were on this live, right? And this gentleman was just adamant that what he saw was just not racist. And yet he was a member of the Hispanic community, and he even talked about something that was racist towards him. And then Tony's trying to say, well, then if that's racist towards you, then I, as a black man and American, tell you that this is racist towards me. And then Sanjay breaks it down from a cultural anthropology perspective. He just wouldn't accept it. So here we sit now in it's almost the same script, right? We're looking at gas prices. They're spiking. They're going to be up to $4 a gallon very, very soon here. And they're still going to try to say, well, it's better than Biden. This is so fucking dangerous. But this is where we sit. This is where we sit. I've got more sound for you. I've got more people just trying to just I don't know, just push it off. Here's more economic news before we get into our topic this morning. Oops, sorry. Sorry about that. Hold on.
92,000 jobs out in February. Fewer jobs in healthcare, fewer jobs for information services because of AI. The weather hurt things. Government employment down. If you add it all up, it doesn't look good for the Trump economy.
Yeah, we know. One more time.
Madam Secretary, 92,000 jobs out in February. Fewer jobs in healthcare, fewer jobs for information services because of AI. The weather hurt things. Government employment down. If you add it all up, it doesn't look good for the Trump economy.
It doesn't. All that winning. All that winning. I have to do something for my amazing team here. Hang on one second. One quick second, guys. Legend, remind me later and I'll get that to you. I forgot where I just killed it, but I'll send it to you. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right, so where's the winning? This is not what we were told. This is not what we were told. Not at all. So we sit here and we watch 13 lives of American service members lost in a war that we should not be in, that we are told we are not going to be in. And yes, it is a fucking war, and the gas prices are going to get worse. And this administration is incompetent. Incompetent. It is the 87th day that they are breaking the law by not releasing all the names connected to the Epstein files. All of them. Got a little bit more reporting on that today. But here we are. here we are. It doesn't matter. Like I've told you guys again, Bollinger's law. It's a lot easier to fucking tell a lie than it is to kind of correct it. This is what happens when you are in a cult. I hate to tell you, because they can look at gas prices. They can blame Joe Biden all they want. They can say this isn't a war. They can say that it was Iran that hit the Iranian school. It's just a fucking lie. It's not even like a stretch of the truth. It's a fucking lie. Plain and fucking simple. It is a fucking lie. So the president was on with Brian Kilmeade, and this is some interesting shit he had to say here. Here's Bitch Boy. This is Bitch Boy making a statement about the war. That's apparently not a war.
Of our U.S. embassies in the last couple of days. Okay, those are sovereign territories of the U.S. They have declared war on us. I don't believe in the semantics. We've talked about the language this morning. We're not at war right now.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Has attacked 3 of our U.S. embassies in the last couple of days. Okay, those are sovereign territories of the U.S. They have declared war on us. I don't believe in the semantics. We've talked about the language this morning. We're not at war right now.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. That's fine. Whatever you say. So if we're attacked, it's a war. But if we attack, it's not? Okay. Hey, Randy French, I just sent you an invite. Come up and talk to me. All right. This is the president also on with Brian Kilmeade. And this is a two-parter. This is the first one I want to play for you. Brian Kilmeade, top-notch journalist, said no one ever, asked the president a very specific question, like, when is this going to end?
And I don't think it's going to be long. When it's over, this is going to bounce right back so fast.
When are you going to know when it's over?
When I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it in my bones.
Will you ask anybody in particular? Would that be some of these a joint decision?
Well, I deal with people. I have great people.
Yeah.
Okay. You have great people. So you're going to feel it in your bones when it's over.
Believe the evidence.
That's good to know. This is Randy Fine, who is a congressman who has had some very, very, very horrible things to say about Muslims in general. But this is his take on what happened with the girls' school.
Right thing to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Has he conducted the war well so far, though? Absolutely. I think
really, 175 civilians in an Iranian girls' school were killed.
Yep,
average age between 7 and 12.
Yeah,
that's the right thing.
I believe the evidence shows it was Iran that did that.
What's the evidence, sir?
Yeah, what's the evidence?
What's the evidence they did?
Well, that's your defense that the U.S. didn't kill 160 girls?
I've been told it appears that Iran.
That's your trust?
That's not how it works.
160 girls?
Doesn't that sound like a MAGA debate? Well, prove to me it didn't happen. That's not how it works. Member of Congress saying that shit. Anybody in here represented by Randy Fine? Vote that fucking clown car out of office. That's where we sit. This is the problem that we find ourselves in now. The responsible thing to fucking do, the responsible thing for our administration to do is to accept it. And you'll never get that. You think Hegseth will? Fuck no. This is what Pete has to say when he's fucking cornered. This is his fucking bullshit.
Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait.
Pete, you did not have a fucking plan, dude. It's obvious. Why then okay, here's how I know. Listen, I'm not a war strategist, my guy, but this is what I know. If you had thought that Iran was going to do this in the Strait of Hormuz, wouldn't you have made phone calls and formed a coalition in advance as opposed to desperately seeking help right now? And those other countries are like, listen, man, I don't want to get involved. I just want Iranian oil. You guys fucking created this shit. If we have to buy it in Chinese yuan to get it, we'll fucking do it. If you're going to do this, it reminds me of the movie The Town. We're going to hood somebody. You can't ask any questions. And Jeremy Renner's like, whose car are we taking? You make the plan in advance, my guy. You make the plan in advance. You like the shirt available in the merch store. If not us, who? If not now, when? Check it out. This is what happens when you put incompetent people in charge. This is what happens, Pete. If you're going to try to lie to the American people, and this is the alpha bro shit, right? We're going to get into this today. We're going to talk about this in a little bit. And it's our topic today. But this is a perfect sort of segue into that almost. It's as long as we can tell our base that we're strong, that we're blowing shit up. Yeah, blow shit up. This is what happens. So here's Pete again.
CNN reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think
so. If you knew they were going to do that, again, then why didn't you plan in advance? Pete, your voters, not the brightest bulbs on the tree, but we're fucking smart, especially the smartest chat on TikTok. We see right through your fucking nonsense. And then when the media pushes back, Brendan Carr says, we're going to pull your license. If you don't want to be called a fascist and act like a Yahtzee, then stop being a fascist and acting like a Yahtzee. It's really not that hard.
We thought of that.
Jesus.
It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better.
So again, as soon as the people that I'm in the pocket, the people that I owe shit to, the Ellisons, right? As soon as they're there to manipulate the media and to manipulate the amount of news that gets reported, we'll be fine. Nothing to see here. Totally good. So, yeah. What was this? Greatest intelligence in the world got it wrong. Iran and Brian was not enriching uranium. Tony, if you have a question, I'm not sure if that's a question, but you can request up if you want to talk about it. But here we sit. This goes back to Operation Midnight Hammer last year, when we were told by Pete Hegseth and by the United States intelligence agencies that we obliterated their entire nuclear program. Obliterated. Obliterated. Obliterated is not like, there's a slight rip in the crotch of your jeans. Okay? Obliterated. And then suddenly, just months later, they're a week away from enriched uranium? Does anybody feel, again, it's the wrong question to ask, but I'm hoping that some of you will feel like you have just been fucking used. Because that's what this is about. There was no threat. This was saber rattling from Bibi telling the same fucking lie he's been telling for 30 fucking years. Everybody is 2 weeks away. Saddam was, Gaddafi was, Iran was, etc., 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 etc. That's it. That's the game. That's the game. Okay, we'll be quick at this. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
Why don't you have a username?
I'm sorry, just my name is Gypsy Crusader. That's my name. I forgot to put it.
Okay. What's on your mind?
So I would like to answer my question.
You'd like to ask a question?
Yeah, I would like to ask a question.
What's your question?
So, guess who are they? They commit most crimes. They love KFC. They play basketball. Who are they?
Okay. Have a good day. All right. Little tip, friend. Give yourself a username and not just a dot. That might help. So this is the fight that we're in, right? Here's where we sit. We sit in this space where the administration is flat out fucking lying to me. And I am so tired of the fucking argument that, they all lie. Yes, sure. But this lie in particular has cost the lives of the 13 American servicemen, men and women. And maybe dozens more because of injuries. And we're told that just get over it. Short-term pain, long-term gain. And we're told it's no big deal. We're told that Americans are just going to have to make sacrifices. All right. It's good to know. Okay. And then the economy is in the shitter. In the absolute fucking shitter. And just getting worse. Just getting worse. I'll let you up, Mike. If you want to come up and talk. This is what happens.
Hey,
Good morning
buddy.
to you, sir. How are you?
Doing today?
I'm all right. How you doing?
You looking good?
Thank you, bro.
Well, you're
What's on your mind? What's on your mind today?
I just love listening to you, and
Thank you.
I think a lot of things that are going on with us being over there in Iran. Yeah, I know it's 47 years. Okay, me and you know this as young men. Okay, we grew up that way, and we've seen some things as being young men, but we didn't understand it because we didn't know no better. You know, I mean, I was what, ninth grade, eighth, ninth grade when all this shit was coming down. But I think it's a lot of bullshit that we as like, remember you talked to me and my wife Debbie, and you said, Michael, why don't you vote for what's her
Trump.
name again?
Why didn't you? Yeah, I asked you why you didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you thought maybe it was because she, was racist and all that, and it may have been that.
Yeah.
But think about what we're going through right now. Okay, all us people that were like Donald Trump fans, and I got a flag that's hanging over a boat. It says, "Don't tread on me." So you already understand what that means. And I had a Donald Trump flag hanging out in front of my house. So what is really going on in this world? I mean, we're like my wife went out, and don't laugh at me, okay? And it was what was it? St. Patrick's Day, right? Yesterday. So
no, it's tomorrow.
Well, yes, I understand that, but we did it over the weekend. I know it's Tuesday, but anyway, she made it in a crock pot. Eight hours. Okay. That's 3.5 pounds. It's about the size of my goddamn palm. I don't mean to, I'm sorry for my language, but you already know me. Okay.
It's okay.
So I'm thinking, like, we can't afford it. I got electrical bill and gas bill for $600. I got to fill up. I got a F-150 with a lift kit on it.
Mike, you got truck nuts? You got truck nuts on your truck?
No, I don't have them. No.
Okay.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's funny.
All right.
That you say that. Yeah. You hang them off the back end of
That's
your
right.
Yeah.
So let me pause here real quick. So this is what I want. This is what I'm going to ask you a question. Then I want to move on. I got a lot of other stuff to get to this morning. But specifically,
I love
Mike,
talking.
You hang on. You know again, because we haven't spoken since the war was launched. You understand that we're at war, correct?
Of course I do. Yeah.
Okay. You understand that the president has been lying to you about why we're there, right?
Well, yeah, he okay, let me ask you this, and then you answer me.
Sure.
Okay. Supposedly 47 years ago, we had an issue in 1979 when me and you were just young kids. And
it goes before that, though, but it goes back before that, actually. But sure, we can talk about 1979. It does.
Does it really?
Yeah.
No, I mean, wait a minute, buddy. I thought, okay, because I know they took capture of
They
military
did
men.
of U.S. of students.
There were students, but there were also military men too, right?
No, they were students.
Oh,
they were students.
okay.
So let's again. I want to just. I want to stay on this particular topic. Okay. So
Sure.
what the evolution for you? The evolution for you, Mike, is that the conversation we've had. And again, you need to check your direct messages because I did message you and I do want to talk to you. We'll talk on the phone. This will happen. But what I'm asking you to think about right now is we can't go back in time. We have to understand history, and I can tell you more about history as to why statements came out from the Iranian government, because this goes well back before 1979. But we're here today. The president's lying. Gas prices are spiking like crazy. The economy is crashing. He lied about the United States military hitting a girls' school in Iran, causing nearly 200 lives to be lost. Hold on. They're lying about all that, Mike. They're lying about all of it. Okay? Now, you've told me that you trust me, and I appreciate that, and I take that seriously. At the same time, I don't want you to just trust me. I want you to make sure that the information that you heard from me this morning, that you can check out yourself. Because again, if you're getting your news from Fox, if you're getting your news from Newsmax, they're part of the problem, Mike. They're part of the problem.
I'm not doing Fox like you told me and my wife, Debbie. I'm staying away from that, okay?
Good.
It's just that
Good.
My question is to you. I can give you my email and my wife's email so I can get that information. I just ain't getting it. I got you. I don't know how to do it to you.
I got you. All right. That's why I want to talk to you.
Text you tonight?
Sure. You got to go to your. You have to go to your. You know how to check your messages in your TikTok profile?
No.
Okay, so if you just click on your profile, you'll see messages. No, don't say that, Mike. We don't want to say that. That's a bad word. We don't want to use that. Okay, we don't want to use that. All right. Just go to your messages. Go to your profile. Like if you click on your profile, you'll see where it says messages, and then you'll see a message from me. Okay. All I need you to do is either reply to that either with your phone number or with your email address. Okay. And I will give you the time so that you and I can have this conversation. Okay.
Awesome. I'll have my wife do it when she comes home because she's good at that. Okay.
Sounds good, man. We'll talk later.
I told you that.
I know. I got you. We'll talk later. Okay.
But no. What I was going to ask you one more thing.
Mike, I got to remove you, bro, because you said the R slur. So I'm sorry about that. I have to remove you.
All right.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. So what happens? All right. So for those of you who don't know, we have a history with Mike. Mike used to say some pretty bad things in our chat, and we finally convinced him to come up, and we spent probably, I don't know, mods, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 2.5 hours total between the regular morning show. We extended the show an extra hour to have that conversation. Then he and his wife, Debbie, came back for Facts After Dark that night. So this is deconstruction. Okay, this is what this is. This is deconstruction. So as we talk about these kinds of things, right? I'm not in a place yet where I am going to reach out and break bread with bona fide Yahtzee Christian nationalists, but I am going to be willing to listen to Mike, right? I am willing to sit there and listen. If he's willing to talk, and if he's willing to listen himself, then I'm willing to do it. That's my commitment. That's part of what the Do Something Tour is about as well. So I would be disingenuous and I'd be a total fucking hypocrite if I'm not willing to have that conversation. So that's the point. So Mike, keep checking in. Just be mindful of what the deconstruction and some of these words that you perhaps when you were younger, when I was younger, I'm sure I used that slur as well. We just can't do it anymore. So again, progress. Appreciate that. All right. Let me bring up a few more guests. Then I've got a few more things I want to cover, and then we'll get into our topic today. Can men fix men? My job is to try to fix Mike. So that's I'm going to hold myself to it. Let's see. Christina, how are you today? Christina, are you there? Christina? I guess not. Okay. All right, let me play a couple other things here first. This is, again, the president on with Brian Kilmeade, and this is pretty disturbing, but I need you to listen to it. Hang on one second. He's talking about immigration.
Shouldn't have been let in. Others are just bad. They go bad. Something wrong. There's something wrong there. So the genetics are not exactly they're not exactly your genetic. It's one of those problems, Brian. It's a terrible thing, and it happens. And it happens too often.
Trump complained that while some immigrants should never have been allowed into the U.S., others eventually, quote, go bad. Quote, there's something wrong there. The genetics are not exactly your genetics. It's one of those problems, Brian, Trump said to the White House, to the Fox host. It's a terrible thing, and it happens too often. Right. And then you get Erica Kirk.
Not going to like the...
You get Erica Kirk saying this. You probably heard this by now, but I'm going to play it for you anyway.
There's something greater. Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man.
Come again?
Yeah.
Especially a young white male man. Young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
But not racist. We need a strong white male men. This is the fight, friends. This is the fight. Yeah. Okay. I think that about covers what I wanted to talk about there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift gears a little bit. I want to remind folks of there's I was curious about when Pam Bondi and with Howard Nuttlick, specifically as it relates to the Epstein files, because again, it's the 87 of the federal government not releasing all documents under the law. There's now an investigation into the Zorro Ranch, but Pam Bondi and Howard Nuttlick are being requested to appear before Congress. Bondi's been subpoenaed. Howard Nuttlick has volunteered. There's no date set. Howard Nuttlick had around 10 days, and that could happen as early as next week. And Pam Bondi, I believe, had 30 days to respond to the subpoena, so we could potentially see her early April. Who knows what's going to happen? But this was a moment last week when James Comer was being interviewed by Jesse Waters on the investigation into Zorro Ranch. And something that really stood out to me, I want you guys to, I'll play this for you.
The federal government asked New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe back in 2019 of that.
It's a big take there. The federal government in 2019 asked New Mexico to stop investigating. 2019. Who was the president, friends? We all know.
So there's just so many questions about how the government failed the victims and how government failed in trying to prosecute Epstein sooner. I mean, this whole thing doesn't make sense. Everyone has conspiracy theories on, how Epstein was able to get away with it. Was it because he had, powerful friends? Yeah. Was it because he was an agent? No, we don't know, but we're going to find out, and I'm glad that they're on the ground now in New Mexico searching that property.
Congressman, you said in 2019 the government told New Mexico authorities to stand down investigating the ranch. Do you know what branch of the government?
It was the Department of Justice, I believe, and I believe it was because they I believe it perhaps was the Southern District of New York, because they had taken over the investigation at that point. So again, these are questions that we have. We want to get the answers, but I will say publicly, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are on the ground searching that property. I don't know if there's anything there. I don't think anybody knows, but I do know this, Jesse. It's probably never been searched before very thoroughly.
That's crazy.
The house probably has, but the property hasn't. I do know.
Okay.
This.
So we know we're in a situation where there's investigations and there's rumors, there's suspicions about bodies being buried out there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the federal government, according to James Comer in 2019, then he had to scramble. Then he tried to say SDNY, blah, 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 blah. Tried to scramble because he knew he was fucked after he said that. One more little bit of sound that I wanted to play from you guys. Senator Hoeven on talking about gas prices as well. I don't think I played this for you guys. I'll play this and I'll be right back.
Up on the screen here, this is where
gas prices sit right now. They're at $3.67 for unleaded today. Just about a week ago, it was at $3.41. And 1 month ago, we were under $3, which was something the administration was extremely happy about. The Financial Times had this headline, Senator, I want to read to you, because they're saying that these prices, even if we do all of these things like tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that these prices may not come down for quite a while. They say the U.S. Energy Department has warned that petrol and diesel prices are unlikely to recede to pre-war levels, those levels under $3, until mid-2027 at the earliest. Is that true? Is that true? Were these prices not come down under $3 until next year?
Yeah, I don't believe so, Aisha. Matter of fact, I gave a speech on the Senate floor on this very subject this week and talked about both the short-term, medium, and long-term impacts here. Look, I think in the medium term, meaning, weeks, not months, those prices are going to be coming down. And ultimately, I think the prices will be lower for several reasons. First, we're producing a lot more here in the United States. We've grown our domestic production from 5 to 14 million barrels. So we produce what we need, and we're now exporting. That's fundamentally important for the long term. You have a short-term disruption because of uncertainty created by the...
Remember, short-term pain, long-term gain.
Conflict with Iran, but you're seeing all the resources are being brought to bear on securing the Strait of Hormuz. I think you combine that and you eliminate Iran's ability to control the strait, and I think in the medium and longer term, you're going to see lower prices.
Okay.
Well, that's a lot of hoping and thoughts and prayers on that. Thoughts and prayers. So this, to me, is kind of an example of the Manosphere and the red pill. Because as long as you are willing to stand there and exude confidence in the face of bold-face fucking lies, then that's the game. The people in the MAGA cult leadership, primarily all men, right? With the same message. We're fine. Just toughen up. Throw some dirt on it. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here at all. It's totally fine. We're good. It's listen, we're all alphas. We can survive gas prices being up. This is the conditioning, right? This is the conditioning, and this is the topic that I want to get into today. Before I do that, I think I've got a couple other little things we should probably address before we go too much further. This is I forgot to play this bit of sound. This is a side by side of the president talking about the Tomahawks. So let me take care of this. Initially, you're going to hear him in a statement on March 9th, and then more of that interview he did with Brian Kilmeade and the contradictions. So again, MAGA, if you're listening, this is what I want. This is what I want you to hear. Not my opinion, not some anonymous source. These are words coming right out of the mouth of the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon, nameless predator.
Say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, they wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries.
Look, nobody has the technology or the weapons that we have, and the Patriots are an example of it. We have the Tomahawks. We have the Patriots. We have stuff that nobody's ever been able to produce, and they can't produce it like us.
So, again, here's where we sit. Just one day it's one story, the next day it's another. By design, many of it. Our president happens to be a complete buffoon. Doesn't even realize when he says things or who he says it about or who he says it to. Sorry. Yes, better. I think I've told you this before, but I have some partial hearing loss in my left ear because of rock concerts and headphones when I was a kid, so I have to switch my headphones every once in a while. But anyway, I digress. Everybody keep tapping, please. Don't forget we are crowdfunding. Appreciate your support. Anya, how are you today? Anya? I guess not. Good morning, sir.
Sure. Good morning. The sun's still not out yet. So
it's
early. I don't know if it's morning. It is early. Hey, I just put a photo in Discord of the gas station I just walked by, which is generally one of the least expensive gas stations in all of LA County. And the cash price this morning for regular, so 87 octane, $4.99 and 9/10. So we have now cracked for the lowest grade of gas, basically $5 a gallon. Diesel is $6.20 a gallon. Mm-hmm. Now, I know MAGA's going to be like, well, you guys got special fuel. Yes, because of this thing called pollution. Feel free to look into the pollution factor. All that said, to ask you, and I'm not holding you to anything, but I did write that paper with 2 different versions that you had asked for.
You sure did.
Now,
you sure did.
Now, for you, I kept it at a particular level because you've got a big, beautiful brain, and I knew you could process it.
Thank you.
If you want it in digestible chunks, let me know because I will
yes,
make time.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I want the Cliff Notes version from our sidebar conversations. You know me, brevity is king on a topic like that. So yes, we need to carve about 95% of that off and boil it down so it's easily consumed. Okay.
I mean, it is easily consumed for like some people.
Right. In a conversation
guys,
over a sure.
Like guys like Obi. He'd probably love reading a paper like that.
Exactly. I mean, especially with Iran's New Deal saying, listen, unless if you can go through the strait, if you're willing to purchase oil in Chinese yuan, and as long as you don't fly the U.S. or Israeli flag. So
right.
there's some changes afoot that we probably need to talk about. And you're my guy, but we got to make it digestible. So yes.
All right. Yes. Now, fine. Be that way. Okay. One last thing. Sure. What we witnessed yesterday on that live together, I think there needs to be some type of panel discussion, not just on what we saw, but there was this interesting Northern European perspective on how they view racism versus the structural, mechanical implementation of institutionalized racism here in the United States. Because it is 2 completely different viewpoints. Neither are wrong, but I thought it was interesting, right? How we have to sometimes remember when we're speaking with persons outside of the United States on any topic, right? That we have to have perspective in mind and context, because how other nations have gone through some of the same things is different than how we institutionalized it here in the United States, right? And I think that the red pilling that you're going to talk about next is that last step, right?
Correct.
It's that last step of the Southern strategy, that last step of the Daughters of Confederacy changing all of the history books, right?
Yep.
They're trying to create a literal army of white Christian nationalist males that believe things are biblical. And may I just say, and I'm going to age myself, one person in the comments got it, Erica Kirk is now Tammy Faye. Her performative crying at every turn, right? This is how you know she's grifting, ladies and gentlemen. Her family are grifters. She is a grifter. And if you believe that CK was a good guy and that he meant well, maybe you should read exactly what he said, how he said it. And if you say anything was taken out of context, we automatically know that you're being intellectually dishonest, because a direct quote that has been not only recorded on an audio file, but on a video file can't be taken out of context. It's not possible unless you do what MAGA does and selectively edit photos, audio files, and videos.
Correct. Selective editing. You're so right. When I saw that clip, that's kind of the vibe that I got, but I'm glad you put the name with the face, so to speak. So
yeah, and for those of you that don't know who Tammy Faye Baker is, I think it was the 700 Club, right?
Yeah, you're right. With Jim Baker.
Anyway, correct. Jim Baker,
yeah.
who, by the way,
James Baker.
Somehow that freaking dude grifted so many people, he ended up with an amusement park. Now, I need to get into grifting because I want my own amusement park too. But mine's just going to be...
You have your own, so to speak. You kind of have your own, but...
I do, true. All right, love you, dude.
Thank you. I love you too, man. Talk to you later. Be safe.
Peace out.
Be good out there. Peace out. I think that's a good time. Yeah, so I think he's right? And I do want to get into our topic because there's a lot to unpack here. So everybody, thank you for joining us. I want to give a quick shout out to Amanda. Amanda says, rounding you up to a nice number. Keep going. Thank you so very, very much, Amanda, for your kind contribution on the Blue app. I appreciate you. So I've been wanting to get into this topic for a while. And I have no idea how this is going to go. I'm sure I really want to talk to men today. And the first conversation was talk to and at men. It's not that I want to exclude women from this conversation, but it's not on women to fix men. It is on us. I've said this a million times. It's a system built by people who look like me to benefit people who look like me, to protect people who look like me. Now, I watched this documentary over the weekend. It's called Inside the Manosphere, and I highly recommend it for anybody if you're interested in this kind of shit. We've always known it's existed, right? We've always known that it's been there. It's always been prevalent. We've been talking about it for a long time, and we're going to get into it. So we're going to talk about it this morning, and we're going to kind of do it in a couple of different ways. I'm going to bring some folks up if they have some things on your mind, and Justin's going to come up and talk to us for a little bit. As is the case, these conversations go organically. So the question is, can men fix men? I am genuinely concerned about our young men. So when I say things today, it's not that I am not concerned about young women. Of course I am, because I believe in the theory that it is all men until it's no men. But it's not on women to fix men. It's not. So I think this topic happening during Women's History Month, to me, is important because what I want to do is I want men to be better. Because if men are better, then society potentially can be better. And ultimately, we can have, cohabitation or relationships again. The weird part about this whole thing, this entire red pill movement, and we're going to get into specifics in just a minute, is it was intended as a grift, from my perspective. The problem is you create trust with the people who are leading the grift. And we're going to get into some specifics about some of the people involved, some of the names you'll recognize, like Sneeko and others, right? They created this community, millions of followers across multiple social media platforms, with a lot of very, very specific things: wealth, fitness, personal responsibility, and alphaness. So they gain trust by enriching yourselves, because a lot of their ads early on were on self-improvement, how you can make money quickly, and then people bought into that, and many of people just did not do well, because the only people who really make money on this grift are the people at the very top, right? So it's not, yes, there are influencers out there, but there's a very few that have really made it. Supplements, exactly. All these kinds of things. So if you look at a lot of their streams and a lot of their social media streams, you'll still see the ads connected to it. So then all of a sudden they make their money. They've made their money. They've built their empires, their fancy cars, their tailored suits, their bronzers, their multiple properties, their vacation homes in Spain, and their properties at Miami Beach. So they gain this trust through this grift. And then now that they've got their audience, that's when you get this one-sided monogamy argument that comes out, right? It's okay, I'm the man, I can cheat as much as I want, but my wife or partner can't. And the fascinating thing to me in watching that and then researching this for the show was that their partners, the women in their lives, their wives in many cases, have accepted it. Like, I'd rather have him tell me he's cheating on me, right? I'd rather have him tell me that he's cheating on me rather than lie to me about it. So there may be some controversial things that you're here today, but we're here to just talk about it. So I want to start by playing something that I think is interesting. This is kind of a precursor to what I want to discuss on the entire, the Manosphere and why it's so dangerous. I've played this guy before. This is Luke 360, and I think his background is a psychologist, and he's done a lot of research into the minds of voters. And in particular, this one is about conservative women. The reason I'm playing this for you is because conservative women have, more than anyone else, more than any group of women has adopted or almost prescribed to this theory as well. Maybe not as extreme, but they're submissive. And I think men are the subs, quite frankly. Never mind. Do I think? I know they are. Men are subs. Clock it. But this is an interesting soundbite, and we'll get into our topic.
Conservative women vote against their own interests. There's a scientific reason for that, and you're not going to like the answer. Professors at High Point University studied 4,271 Americans to find out exactly why women vote for Trump. And what they found was a little disturbing. There are 47 million white women in America without a college degree. Over 60% of those women voted for Trump. And here's why. First reason is they believed people of color didn't deserve what they have. They believed
that part. That's a big component of this. The racism. Again, clock it.
Any inequality people of color faced is their own fault and that they're just lazy. That belief made them 4 times more likely to vote for Trump. The second main reason they voted for Trump, they felt threatened by other women succeeding. Their own lives weren't going anywhere. So when another woman got ahead, it didn't inspire them. It made them feel worse about themselves. And the easiest way to feel better was to make sure that other women failed. That belief made them 54% more likely to vote for Trump. Without a college degree, your options are limited. Your status depends on your husband, your community, and the world staying exactly the way it is.
Wild.
So when other women start earning more, getting promoted, gaining power, it doesn't feel inspiring to them. It feels like losing. And the researchers proved it. They aren't voting for better healthcare. They aren't voting for lower prices. They're voting specifically to stop other women from succeeding. These women don't want equality. They want you to fail. And they're going to keep voting this way until you do fail.
Does anybody disagree with that? Again, I'm not speaking for women, obviously, but it tracks for me because we've seen it in these spaces. We've seen a lot of Trump supporting women who don't believe that women should vote. Right? We've seen that a lot. And that's to be honest, this is part of the patriarchy. This is part of it. This is part of this structure that that has been built by white men predominantly, right? And so many have now prescribed to the same theory. That I like the way he broke it down. It's got less to do with voting against their best interests and more to do with saying, well, if I can't have it, you can't have it either. Pretty wild. Then I'm going to play a little bit of sound from, we'll get into this a little bit more. This is Lee McGowan. You guys have seen Lee McGowan before. She's great. And this is her take on the matriarchy. And this relates to our topic today. So I'll start this and then we'll get into our subjects.
100% ready for the matriarchy. And I think the thing is that people are not aware of what the matriarchy is. They think that it's just the opposite of the patriarchy, right? The patriarchy is men on the top and everyone else below them. And that's not how the matriarchy works. The matriarchy works with children on the top and people holding them up. What is best for the children? What's best for the weakest? How do we take care of everyone so that the children thrive? So they have a safe future, a safe planet, clean water, good education. If we are looking out for the kids, we look out for all of us. It's like when we say, I can't believe this is America. And black women are like, you can't? Right? Like they think we're mental because they've been living through this for forever, being held back, being treated differently, being dismissed, being discouraged. We're just finally seeing it, A, as white people, B, as white women, because for a while our privilege was balanced by our proximity to white men. Now we're like, holy hell, like you're going to shoot us in the street in our minivan as we drive by a protest? You're going to take out a white man at a protest? And the black people in America are like, yeah, of course they are.
Exactly. I mean, the ultimate goal, I mean, you guys know how I feel about it. Sign me up for the matriarchy, but the ultimate goal would be an egalitarian form of government, right? At this point, because the pendulum is swung so far to the right for the patriarchy, it's going to have to swing back to the matriarchy so that we can potentially land in the middle for egalitarianism. I'd like to think that would be a productive, cooperative, collaborative form of government. If I had to choose, give me the matriarchy all fucking day. Because again, I read something I wrote you guys last week. Thank you again, Ash, for the inspiration on that, about trickle-up economics, right? About how we center family, we center children. We make sure that that is the foundation in every single decision that we make, and then everything then trickles up. So let's get into it. So this, there's a lot to cover here, so I'm going to do my best. I may not be able to bring as many guests up right away, but let me just get a few things out of the way first, and we can sort of level set. First of all, congratulations to Michael B. Jordan. His performance in Sinners was unfucking believable. If you've not seen it, please watch the movie. Super well-deserved Oscar, so congratulations to him. Okay, so let's talk about, first, when we talk about the Manosphere, there's a few acronyms that I want you to kind of keep in mind as we go through this exercise today. There's language that's specific to the community. We'll talk about red pilling. So let's go through this. The Manosphere, this comes from a summary of his documentary. The Manosphere isn't one organization. It's a loose network of online communities and influencers that discuss masculinity, dating, and gender politics. The main branches include the red pill. Based on the Matrix metaphor, taking the red pill means believing you've awakened to the truth, specifically about gender dynamics. The core belief is that society favors women and misleads men about dating and relationships. There's some hypergamy, which is the idea that women seek higher status partners. Male self-improvement, money, fitness, status. Skepticism towards marriage. That's primarily the red pill. Then there's MGTOW, which is men going their own way. So when you're in these spaces, or if you're reading about these kinds of things, I'm doing this so you can have your acronym Bible, so to speak. This is the MGTOWs, which is men going their own way. I'm going to read you this, and then I'm going to give you some research as to what women actually want. Not from my perspective, but from years of study, okay? So MGTOW, men who choose to avoid long-term relationships with women entirely, focus on independence and avoiding what they see as legal and or emotional risks. Many communities of the MGTOW communities emphasize avoiding marriage, financial independence, and then minimal romantic involvement. Then there's the pickup artist culture, PUAs, focus on strategies for attracting women. This combines with these influencers. You know, a buff body, videos of you working out, your Lamborghini, your townhouse, your money, your wallet, your bank account. Okay? MGTWs, PUAs, incels, yeah, that's that same group. They focus on strategies for attracting women, PUAs, emerged in the early 2000s with books and seminars, teaches techniques for confidence, flirting, and social dynamics. And then critics say it often treats dating like a manipulation game. And it is. I want to go back to what I said earlier about how these influencers, these prominent influencers, and we'll get into that in just a minute. These prominent influencers made their millions, in many cases, multi-millions. Think about the Tates and that group of people on strategies about self-help, financial freedom, supplements, workout techniques, all those kinds of things. So they built up their credibility within these communities, these online communities. And then once they got people hooked, then you started to get the misogyny. Then you started to get the one-sided monogamy. That was something I took out from this. And these influencers who were interviewed during this documentary that I watched were sitting there with their partners, in some cases their wives, bragging about it. Yeah, like I can go out and have many relationships with as many women as I want, but my wife can't. Similarly, these gentlemen, who most of them have podcasts, often feature OF girls, right? They often bring them on for clicks. They admit it. They bring them on because it attracts an audience. So they are using the OF girls, sex workers, which I fully support. They're using them to build their own clout. Meanwhile, they are absolutely just dismissing them, calling them horrible women for doing what they're doing, selling their bodies, et cetera, et cetera. So the entire thing is connected to this idea that as an alpha, it is my job to tell women what to do. And if you don't like it, then you're not a real man. It gets worse. So let's go through the rest of the list. MRAs, which are men's rights activists. This is the group that really fucking bothers me. They focus on issues they believe affect men unfairly, like divorce courts, child custody, suicide rates, and then male educational decline. This branch is sometimes more political than dating focused. I would agree. They're much more political because they're the ones that don't think women should vote. They're the ones that really feel like women should not have a place in society. It's because they're threatened by women, because women have the ability to out-earn them, higher educational accomplishments, and flat out just fucking tougher. So again, this is what we're talking about today. How do we break the red pill? And I don't have the answer to that, but what I want to talk about is how or when or can men fix men? I don't know, but it's not on women. It's not. Because women are telling us that they don't fucking need us, not with our bullshit. Remember our Facts After Dark last Friday night, the topic was, are women rejecting men or their behavior? And where we landed was, women are rejecting men because of their behavior. Right? So then that's the MRAs. Then there's the influencers, the alpha male culture. This is the newest and fastest growing part. Creators promote wealth, dominance, traditional gender roles, and then masculine self-improvement. That's the group that was identified in this documentary. So think about that. Wealth, dominance, traditional gender roles, and masculine self-improvement. Their crowds, which the part that was the most staggering to me was that Sneeko, I'll give his name in just a second, one of the most prominent and most influential of all these Manosphere influencers, is a rock star celebrity in these circles. He was out in the street walking with a documentarian, and he was just mobbed. You know who he was mobbed by? High school aged boys. High school aged boys. Look at this guy as a fucking god. This guy that says horrible things. Inside the Manosphere is the name of the documentary. It's on Netflix. This guy who said horrible things about women and girls and the LGBTQIA community and anybody who's basically not a man. And they just run to him. So this, again, based on that little sound I played earlier about conservative white women and men, we've got to be paying attention to, and dads, got to be paying attention to what our young boys are consuming, how they're consuming it, and where they're consuming it. I've got 3 kids. My oldest will be 25 this year. That's crazy. His brother is 23, and as you know, my daughter's 18. So my kids are in the middle of it. So I talk to them about these things. And it's funny, my boys, we always joke about some of the bullshit that are connected to some of their feeds. They're targeted. This is a group of people that is targeted. And this group of influencers know it. They know that they're it's the turning point model too, right? They're using this. They're using the power of this perception of success. They're telling their followers, the people that they're influencing, they're telling them what it is that you need to be successful, right? Listen, I'm all about self-help. The problem is, the issue is, exactly, Paige, podcasts, game rooms, the gamer culture, the Groyper community, all these kinds of things. The intent is my success, your success, if you're speaking to someone being influenced, your success is at the expense of women, and we don't give a fuck at the end of the day. So the other side of this is, and I'll get back into this a little bit more, but see if I can find this for you, because this is crazy. There's a famous researcher. His name is, hang on a second here. I lost it. David Buss. David Buss did a survey of thousands of entries across 30 countries. So what the Manosphere tells men is that women want watches, they want cars, they want a fit dude, they want six-pack abs, they want 6'2", they want the tailored suits, they want the apartments in the condos in Miami and whatever else. That is what the manosphere, I'm summarizing, but for the most part, that is what the manosphere is telling young men. Here's the problem. This is what, according to this survey, is what women say that they want from men. 85 to 90% of those surveyed said they want kindness and warmth, empathy, emotional support, treating others well, and generosity. Okay. Number 2, around 80%, honesty and trustworthiness. That includes loyalty, reliability, keeping promises, and transparency. Trust consistently shows up as one of the strongest predictors of long-term relationship stability. The manosphere is completely the opposite of trust. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't care if you don't like it. I'll find some other one. Number 3, intelligence. 70 to 75% of women rate intelligence as very important. This includes curiosity, ability to solve problems, thoughtful conversations. Interestingly enough, studies show intelligence often outranks physical attractiveness 2 to 1. Emotional stability. 65 to 70% of women rank emotional stability as a top trait. Calm under stress, low aggression, patience, and emotional maturity. Men who are emotionally volatile or highly aggressive tend to score much lower in long-term desirability studies. Again, that's what the manosphere teaches men. You don't need to be calm. You need to be an alpha. Okay? And then number 5 would be sense of humor. 60 to 65% of women say humor is very important. Researchers think humor signals intelligence, social skills, emotional awareness. But it's not just being funny. Making people feel comfortable and included is really what matters the most. Physical attraction ranks 8 out of 9. 40% of women surveyed say that physical attraction is very important to them. Not that it's not important. Sure. Exactly, Paige. Not punching down humor. Exactly. Very well said. So the gap. These surveys reveal one consistent difference. Women place more importance on character traits. Men place more importance on physical attractiveness. And that's what the manosphere is teaching them. Especially the men have these issues with their height. Like, I get it. I mean, I will. Yeah, Gina. This is a study that was done by David Buss. David Buss is he's an evolutionary psychologist. His name is David Buss, B-U-S-S. The manosphere, the red pill crowd, again, they're teaching men the exact opposite of what women by and large want. Exactly, Paige. Looks and the purity culture, which is why the topic comes up about I forget what's the term? Body count. Right? Men have to fix this. It's not on women to fix it. The conversation we had last week involved around education, correct? Because and education, women are achieving more. Women are becoming more and more educated, being led by black women. Women are completing their degrees at a higher rate. Men are not. Politically speaking, not even politically, but ideologically speaking, women are becoming more and more liberal and progressive at a higher rate. Men are either remaining moderate or becoming more conservative. And right in the middle of that is this red pill mindset, pushing men to be more conservative. That's your conservative values. You need to find yourself a nice Christian girl. Trad wives. I am not here to judge. That's not what I'm doing. I'm here to judge men. Okay, I'm not here to judge why women choose a partner. I'm not doing that. I hope no one takes it that way. If you decide that trad wife is the life for you, I wish it wasn't, but that is your choice. Because that becomes this generational thing, right? Where if you are moms and dads in a traditional marriage in a trad wife environment, telling their children sending their children different messages. If you've got two kids, a boy and a girl, under this red pill theory, this manosphere theory, immediately your son is more important in society than your daughter is. That's the message. So you're raising your son to be dominant. You're raising your daughter to be submissive. This is where men have to fix men. We have to break this culture, this cycle. We have to break it. It's never going to get better. Justin, if you want to request up, bro, you can. It's not going to get better until we break it. We're the ones that have to break it. We have no choice. It is not on women to fix us, fellas. It's not. We're the ones that built the system. We're the ones that function in the system. We're the ones that take advantage of the system. We're the ones protected by the system. So why the fuck would we think that women are responsible to fix us? Because they aren't. Not at all. Never were, never will be. Good morning, my dude.
Good morning, my friend. How are we doing today?
Good. What's on your mind? I know you wanted to talk about this topic.
Oh, man, there's so much on my mind. Like you, I'm very, very concerned for our young men. I still think we can also teach old dogs some new tricks.
Great.
I think that men, by and large, are being misled and misguided. This manosphere culture is by design. It's a massive grift, and they know that they can take advantage of these folks. And I think this is where they need stewards of what I like to call responsible masculinity. It's not bad to be masculine, but times change and needs change. And if we don't adapt to those times, we're going to fall like everyone has before us.
I would agree. I think that's a great opportunity right now to play a little bit of sound for you guys, because this is a podcast that I found recently on this particular topic, having to do with just people who buy into the red pill theory, and why we need to have people that are standing up against it. Let me see if I can find that sound. Everybody, please keep tapping. I appreciate that. Justin, by the way, is one of our moderators. And if you ever want to send love to our mods, you can let Justin be the face of that today, because he's out doing the work for us. He primarily monitors our YouTube and our Twitch chat, but he's a good fucking dude, and I'm psyched that he's part of our little family here. Let me find this. Hang on a second. Everybody keep tapping, please. Okay, here we go. So this is about 7 minutes long, but it basically touches on the exact topic that Justin was talking about, this whole toxic masculinity. I'm going to challenge something you said about masculine. I think what we need to worry about is what the definition is, and why does there have to be a definition connected to it? Like the traits that we talked about before, about how, let me go back to the list. When we talked about women wanting kindness and empathy, intelligence, sense of humor, emotional stability, and honesty. Shouldn't we want that in everybody though? I mean, shouldn't we just all want that from people? Like, who wouldn't want somebody to be honest in a relationship, whether it be friends or romantic partners? Who wouldn't want somebody to be confident? Who wouldn't want somebody to be emotionally stable? Who wouldn't want somebody to have a sense of humor? Who wouldn't want somebody to be smart? And who wouldn't want somebody to be kind and empathetic? And to be honest, this is something that really bothers me. Like, I think I'm smart. I'm proud of my education. I've worked hard to get it. When did education become something that men consider soft? Other men think that if you're smart, if you're educated, if you went to college, that somehow means that you're soft. I don't get that. And I never will. Good. I'm glad I won't. All right, let me play this for you, because this is important. Here we go.
This term toxic masculinity used. Have we ever heard the term toxic femininity? No, we don't. But there are some women that have behaviors that I would say are toxic. We were talking earlier about.
I'm playing. This is a point and counterpoint. Okay, so you're going to hear this gentleman speaking first, who is all about well, there can't be toxic masculinity unless there's toxic femininity. Miss me with your bullshit, my guy.
false rape accusations. Yeah, that does happen, and that would be a toxic trait coming from them. And it's just a lot of the plights of men are often just discounted because they're men. We are told inherently that who we are is toxic by that term, toxic masculinity in and of itself.
So I see that's the kind of person. I'll interrupt as we go here. He's the kind of person that would never accept it's all men until it's no men. He will never accept that. That's the evolution that's required. Like if it doesn't apply, then let it fly. All right. I've said this to you guys before. I am not an arbiter. Justin's not an arbiter. Obi's not an arbiter. A lot of the amazing men who join us on this panel, we are not arbiters as to what makes a good man. It's not up to us to decide. We're not the ones that make that decision. Like I joke and say, guys who talk about the size of their wrench have a tiny wrench. If you walk around saying that you're a good man, you want people to think you're a good man or to tell you you're a good man by your actions, not just by your words. So this guy is going to be offended when anybody challenges him to say, hey, it's all men until it's no men. No, that's not true. Well, if it doesn't apply to you, then let it fly.
I would disagree a little bit. I think first it's really important when we're having a conversation about masculinity at all to define what we mean by masculinity. So I think a lot of the times when people are attacking toxic masculinity, as a man, I don't view it as an attack on me because they, in my view, are attacking traits such as like over-aggression, these traits such as suppressing your emotions to the point at which you can't function or to the point at which like you are not able to communicate with your partner.
That part, right? We discuss in this space often that society, especially the society around the red pill and the manosphere, that group of people thinks or tells men the only emotions you can show publicly are anger and lust. And what the research has said is women just want their partners, the men in their lives, potentially for partners, to be kind, to be able to emotionally regulate, to be self-aware. Now, self-awareness is one of those things. You can be self-aware, like a lot of these guys from this documentary. They were self-aware of how awful they were. They admitted that they're racist. They admitted that they're sexist and that they're misogynist, they're transphobic, right? They've admitted it. So that's not good self-awareness. It is self-awareness, but it's really not what we want. Like when I say self-aware, it's like just being able to love yourself for one and just know who you are. And if there's things that you need to work on in your personality, your characteristics, your morality, whatever the fuck it might be willing to say, I got some work to do. And again, this is the topic today. This is for other men to understand they got to unpack some shit. And we can't just sit by and just accept it. The locker room talk is not okay. Little microaggressions, just not okay. We have to call it out. Thoughts on that, Justin?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that we do need to call it out. I think we need to be mindful, like of how we do it. I think men often feel like in order to empower women, they have to shrink themselves, and it's a false start. And they're taught this way. I grew up in a very toxic environment. It took me years to deconstruct. I'm still deconstructing and learning every day. I think active listening is an incredible skill that we need to cultivate more. Like what we're doing right now, I think we need to have these conversations frequently, consistently, and I think that we learn by doing. And so it's it's setting a counterculture to this grift that they've got going on.
Yeah, that's a really important characteristic, right? Obviously, this whole thing was started as a grift. This whole thing was started as a grift. They created, it's similar, it's not dissimilar to the MAGAverse, right? Where you create, or like anything else. Similarly to the 1930s Germany, I make this comparison, is that what Schmittler was able to do is was able to convince Germans that I am your economic redeemer. I will put money in your pocket. I will make you rich. I will make Germany will return to greatness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He gained the trust of the population, including German Jews at the time. And then we know what happened. It's not different than what we see with MAGA, right? It's the same kind of thing. The conservative movement in general, trust me, I alone can fix it. I will lower your gas prices. I'm not going to put us in any wars. And you develop that trust. You create that trust. And then no matter what happens, no matter knowing what we know now and what we're seeing, you still have the trust of many. That's the entire model. These people, these predators, I will call them predators. Not only are they predatory towards women, but they're predatory towards men as well, preying on them, especially those that are between 18 and 25. That's the target. Gen Z for the most part, but 18 to 25. Let's get back to this little soundbite here.
Partner in a healthy manner. Demonizing gay men or other men as not real men because they don't live the same lifestyle as you. There's a lot of different things like that. So when people talk about toxic masculinity, I don't see that as a form of misandry. I see them calling out types of behaviors that are harmful to everyone, including men. So any woman or any person who calls out toxic masculinity, I view as an advocate, an ally of men, and not someone who hates them.
But why not just call out the negative behavior itself?
Because there is a type of behavior that is exemplified and takes it to an unhealthy level. You should not become never talk about your emotions so much so that you become a raging mess and take out your aggression on people violently. That's not good. And that is a form of, I don't even know if it would really be a full form of masculinity. It's a perversion of masculinity. Toxic masculinity, as I talked about earlier, it leads men to literally kill themselves if they think they can't talk about their emotions in such a way that is healthy. So I think that's actually really helpful to men in that regard.
Interesting, right? I think that's definitions matter to me. I think that how we describe things, or we almost accept things in a different way. Here's a little bit more from that soundbite. Everybody keep tapping, please.
Normalization of hatred for men more prevalent than for women, and I would say yes, overwhelmingly yes.
So where do you see the hatred of men primarily?
So again, this is part of this culture that these men who prescribe to the red pill, the manosphere, think that if women are critical of them, it's because they hate them. Again, I'm not going to speak for women. There may be a lot of hatred in there, but again, back to our topic last Friday night: are women rejecting men or their behavior? And what we learned from what I took away was that women are rejecting men because of their behavior. So this guy's all up in his feelings. Maybe, dude, maybe not support people who rape women. Maybe start there. Maybe not be a fucking asshole. Maybe just pay attention and not be a fucking predator and not give women reasons to hate you. Maybe there's a thought. Try that.
Well, I see it in women's marches and I see it in general conversation when women are like, I don't need a man.
Yeah. I don't need a man? Yeah. Okay, so I'm curious. If a man were to say, I don't really need a woman, I'm happy living my life the way I am, I enjoy my career, I enjoy where I'm at, I'm just not really in a position where I need a woman. Would he be hating women by making that type of statement?
Do they hate women?
Yeah, would you say they hate women?
Well, that's not celebrated, though. That's not something that's...
No, but that's not what I said, though.
Wow.
I said, is that an example of hating women?
Is that an example of hating women?
Because you said an example of hating men is saying I don't need a man.
Yeah, but they're doing it in a way to put down men. They're doing it because they view the patriarchal structure of society as being an inherently bad thing. Why?
Because I think a society in which is structured so that men have certain advantages over women unfairly is unfair to them. I don't think attacking patriarchy or the advantages that men get is in any way attacking them. There's a famous phrase, to the privilege, equality feels like oppression. Wrong.
Misandry is normalized. It's very normalized to the point where we don't even realize it.
You can't give me an example of it. That's what I'm wondering.
A bunch of examples.
But the examples you gave me were women trying to live their lives of their own autonomy and accord, which is saying, I don't need a man, which is fine. I don't see what world you view that as hatred unless you think you're entitled to women.
Yeah, but...
That's the only way I interpret that as a hatred of man. I'm being as charitable as I literally possibly can.
I've literally heard women say, I hate men.
Of course, absolutely.
And death to the patriarchy,
of course.
All these things.
Wait a second. Death to the patriarchy means death to the societal structures in which give men more societal power than women for no reason. That's not the hatred of men unless you think men ought to have that power because they are men. That is the only way you interpret it that way. So all I'm showing here is a lot of these ideas of what you think misandry is are just your misogynistic instincts and assumptions being exposed.
There we go.
So the quote from Franklin Leonard is, when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Men like this guy love to claim that hatred of men is everywhere in our society. But when you actually ask for examples, when they point to is women saying they don't need men, that alone tells you everything. This has always been about misogynistic entitlement. They believe they are entitled to women, and the moment women assert their independence, they interpret it as hatred directed at them. This is a Jubilee episode. I'll post it in the comments, or I'll post it in the chat when I'm done. I think that's kind of this. I'm glad I found that sound because this relates to exactly what it is that we're discussing today. This perception that men have. If women are like, listen, I don't need you. And they're like, well, that's hatred towards men. That is the weak, lack of self-aware men who feel like they are entitled to women, like your property, like you don't have the same voice. You don't have equal vote. You don't have the same privilege. You don't have the same opportunities. I alone am the provider. It is my job. Okay. Keep thinking that way. All right, let's get back to this little study here, because this from this Manosphere. Again, the documentary is titled "Inside the Manosphere." So this is the summary. Louis Theroux, he's a really good. Like I sometimes I'm kind of like, documentaries are, you have to be careful. Obviously, you want it to be as agnostic as possible, and I like this guy because he asks some pretty thought-provoking questions, and a lot of people were really triggered by it. Okay, so he traveled to places like, he traveled to New York I won't give you the entire thing because I want you to watch it, but it's important for this conversation that we talk about some of the highlights. He went to New York, he went to Miami, he went to Marbella, Spain. He interviewed influencers and creators who promote the ideas about male dominance and traditional gender roles, dating strategies and alpha male culture, claims that society disadvantages men, and then criticism of feminism and modern relationships. Some of the most controversial moments from my perspective were when a lot of these guys said things in front of their partners. So let me give you the names of the people that were involved. That way it'll give you an idea of the people that we're talking about here. So the stars of the show, so to speak, were Harrison Sullivan. He goes by HS Tiki-Taki, British TikToker influencer known for fitness, crypto, and alpha male lifestyle content. Often posts controversial views about women, masculinity, and wealth. His documentary spends significant time following around Marbella, Spain. He had to go to Spain because he got arrested or left the scene of an accident in the UK. All right. Sneeko, who is Nicholas Ken D. Balinthazi. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sneeko. American streamer and YouTuber, probably one of the most popular of all time. Known for moving from commentary videos into red pill and anti-establishment content, often discusses masculinity, relationships, and cultural decline. He's the one, this one particular moment, there's a couple actually, one particular moments from this documentary that really stunned me when I watched it was these guys are out in the street. They're just walking around the city. Myron Gaines, we're going to get into that in just a minute. Walking around the city with Louis Theroux being interviewed, and he was mobbed by 14, 15, 16-year-old boys. And they looked at him like I would have looked at Robert Plant when I was their age. These are the people that are influencing our young men. So dads of young men at that age, what are you doing? Are you reminding your kids, your boys, how dangerous this is? And I want you to think about the scenario I described earlier, right? You're sitting down, hopefully you're spending time with your kids. You're sitting down with your daughter and your son. Maybe your son's 2 years older, so 16 and 14. And you find out that your son is being influenced by HS Tiki-Taki or by Sneeko. And are you correcting that behavior immediately? Because what you're saying to your children is that, son, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Daughter, you do whatever your man tells you to do. That message has to come from men. Men have to break that cycle. Men have to behaviorally correct. Yes, we certainly know that boy moms have an influential role in this. No doubt about it. There was another scene in this towards the end where HS Tiki-Taki was joined by his mom. And his mom, in a way, almost enabled his behavior. It was really strange. She was like, initially I thought maybe she was going to, I'm just disgusted by it, but I love my son. She didn't really go that far. She said, he's going to do what he wants to do. I raised him to be independent. There was a couple of moments where she sort of chimed in and he sort of acknowledged that. So I'm thinking she's got a lot of power there. So boy moms, you have a lot of power too. But again, men have to fix men. Any thoughts on that, Justin?
No, I think it's exactly right. I think one of the big focuses that I've taken in all of this is my concern for young men. I think that's where it starts. It's scientifically relevant and known that men generally mature a couple years behind women. And
Or
I
ever.
think that, yeah, if ever. And I think especially in times like now, there's a lot of youth that doesn't have that direction. I think as men, we need to be mentoring more young men, taking them under their wing. I think that we should be teaching civic duty. And, I think these things promote discipline in the right ways because, as I can still remember being a young man, and we're so easily influenced when we want to do more and we want to do better, and we don't know where we're going or what to do. And you fall into these traps and these grifters, like, Andrew Tate and the like. They know they are predators. And if we don't do something to step in and break that cycle, as you're saying, I think we'll get lost. And then, to older men, I think we got to set the example. I think we speak out. I think, it's not necessarily about metaphorically punching them in the face or something. It's about teaching the right ways and teaching what women really want. The biggest difference, is the big thing for me. Misandry is a term that's thrown around so much nowadays. And I don't think that men understand the difference between feminism and misandry. Feminism is rights for all. It's for everybody. It's not just for women. It's not just promoting women. It's a whole different mindset, which is why I'm also for a matriarchy. I'm ready for more civic responsibility, more healthcare, more mental health care. I think that's how we go at this.
I would agree. There's so much that, I'll challenge some things that you said, but that's okay. That's probably why we're here. Drew, thanks for coming up. What's on your mind? Can men fix men?
I think we can, buddy. But it has to start with us. We can't depend on anybody else. It has to start with each man individual, and has to stop blaming everybody else. Has to stop blaming the world. And the reason I had kind of requested before you started the topic, but I think it goes well with what you're talking about. If you want me to come back later and tell the story, I wanted to know if I could tell a quick story relating to something that happened yesterday that just really kind of inspired me and just really gave me a lot of joy. I used to teach a long time ago, okay? I taught kindergarten right out of college. I was very young. I was 22, 23 when I started. One year, had a little boy that was coming into my class that was born with some issues. He was born, I don't know the exact, if he was born this way, but when I got to meet him, he had one leg that was, he didn't have a leg just below the knee, and the other one was mid-thigh, okay? He was coming into our school. His parents had obvious concerns. He had had a bunch of surgeries to strengthen his hips. He was getting prosthetics put on. We had meetings with the parents. The mom was very concerned. She didn't even want to send him to school. She said she was worried he was going to get teased. She was worried that physically he couldn't handle it. She was really worried for his state of mind. We had a big meeting. It was myself, the principal, my assistant. We had the counselor in there. What we decided to do was, on day one, we would have everybody sit, introduce themselves, and ask if anybody had questions about them. The parents were invited to come. They could come sit and watch and see what's going on. That first day, we went around the circle and we all introduced ourselves. When we got to this young man, he introduced himself, and we said, hey, does anybody have any questions? Now, at the time, he had his prosthetics. He was new to them. He was having to use crutches. He was barely walking, but he was walking. The kids asked questions about his legs, and we were honest. We told them exactly what was going on. We told them, that he doesn't have limitations, but there are physical things that he needs to go through and that we need to be patient. There's times that you got to help. And we, right out front, we were completely and utterly honest with these children. Steve, that year was the most inspirational year of my life teaching this young man, because we got to see that when you are open with kids, when you hold kids responsible and you make them accountable, you can see the growth. He started out that year with 2 crutches, and he was moving very slowly. Anybody who's ever taught kids, you put them in a line, what do? They push, they shove, they're impatient. They knock each other over. Those children in that classroom were so incredibly patient. His pace was their pace. They understood that's where he was at. They moved with him. They, without asking, they would help when he needed it. They also allowed him to do his own thing when he said, hey, I've got this. They stood up for him if kids in other classes that didn't have the same education that they had gotten. You know, they stood up for him. It was the most inspirational year of my life to watch him grow. By the end of the year, this child who was walking on crutches was playing soccer on, you know, he had his artificial legs on. He had his, he would run around. He was just as fast, just as strong as the other kids. And he was just him. It wasn't, hey, that's the kid with no legs. It was just him. Now, moving ahead, this is where I want to go, and just because it's kind of a win, and it's just something that, you know, I was literally in tears yesterday watching this. About 10 years after all that, I hadn't been teaching for a while. I got out of it. I happened to see his name crop up. His name is Declan Farmer. Declan Farmer is a member of the U.S. sled hockey team. So this is a young man whose mom wouldn't let him go to kindergarten at first. I was worried about him going to kindergarten. His father, obviously, they both had serious concerns about him. And now he's playing hockey. At 16 years old, he won his first gold medal with the U.S. sled hockey team. As of yesterday, they played for the gold medal again versus Canada for a sweep of the U.S. hockey throughout the Olympics. Won 6-2. He had a goal and an assist. He set the U.S. Paralympic record with 15 goals. He had 11 assists throughout the tournament. He set the record for the points with 26. He's got the all-time record for goals with 36, and the all-time record for points with 66. He was named the MVP of the tournament. I've watched him win an ESPY over the years. He's now has 4 gold medals. They won their 5th straight. He's been with them for 4. But to watch him too, what really inspired me was the way that he handled himself. Because they said, hey, when we talked to him, he set all kind of records throughout this Olympics. They said when we talked to him, he didn't even know. He didn't know there was a record. When I waited around, I wanted to see, because he was one of the last interviews they did, to see the humility that he has. Yeah. It just made me proud to have been a tiny little fraction of this guy's life. That to see him stand up there and say, hey, it's not about me. This is my teammates. I love these guys. We fight together. We do everything together. And not to be like, yeah, look at me, man. You know, I'm going to. Yeah. That's exactly. It was so inspiring. He's married. He's got a good life going. You know, I hope he's the man that I see him as. But just goes to show you, man. It does. I mean, I appreciate that, Drew. I don't want to move on, but I think that the whole point is that we have opportunities to influence people, and you never know where it's going to happen. You never know when it's going to happen. You never know how it's going to happen. But this is, again, how can men fix men? You see someone who's got a struggle. They own it. They want to be better in their lives. They want to be the best version of themselves they possibly can be, and that's when all of us as men have to step up. Thanks for jumping in today, Drew. I shared that story with us, brother. Absolutely, man. I'll be listening as a father today.
You got it. I appreciate you, brother. Talk to you later. I'm going to drop you down too, bro. A lot of things I want to cover here, but I just want to give you a last chance if there's something else that you wanted to add to this.
No, I thank everybody that's coming in here, and I thank you for bringing this subject to light. I think we need to be doing more of this as men, and I entirely agree with you. I look at you as a bit of I don't want to say a father figure, but I'm inspired by you, Steve. I think it's important for men our age to also have mentors. We can all grow. And I just encourage everybody to actively listen and take some notes today. Thanks for having me up, Steve.
You got it, brother. Talk to you later.
Big love, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, he's right. I mean, I think how do I say this? It's not just about doing the work, right? I mean, this image is intended to remind men that, there are resources out there. I am a massive advocate for therapy. I'm a massive advocate for it. And Justin's right. And I don't want to say that our only focus should be on young men. It has to be, but we can all unpack, right? We walk around with internalized misogyny all day. Every day as men. We just do. We walk, especially with white men, we walk around with internalized racism. the key, just like anything else, and Obi can talk about this, going through addiction and going through recovery. The first step is acknowledging it, right? You got to accept the fact that we are in a system that advantages us at the expense of the women in our lives. So can men fix men? Yes, men can. The question is there a big enough commitment from men to do it? That's what I want to talk about today as we get into this a little bit more. So a little bit more from this documentary. Why the manosphere is growing, especially among younger men, how social media algorithms amplify these ideas, the appeal of the movement to men who feel frustrated, lonely, or excluded, the criticism that some of these communities promote misogyny or extreme views. Thoreau's approach was to spend time directly with the influencers, ask calm but probing questions, and then lets viewers see both the arguments of the influencers and then the controversies around them. So back to the list of the people that are the sort of the stars of the show. I say that just from colloquial speaking. They're certainly not stars. And I've got some stats that I need to share, and this will show you why the divide is there. So Harrison Sullivan, we talked about him. Sneeko, known for moving from commentary videos into red pill and anti-establishment content. Remember, all of them built, what they all have in common is they all built their followers on a couple of things: self-help, self-improvement, supplements, financial investments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Myron Gaines. Myron is probably, I went back and watched some of it. Myron Gaines is a very smart guy. There's no doubt about it. I would put him, compared to all of these people, the smartest one of them all. Smart man, knows exactly what he's doing. He's the guy who brings OF girls on really, really often, and then absolutely brings them on, admits that he's using them for content, it admits that he's using them to build his brand, and then literally just tears them apart when they're on his panel. Co-host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, which focuses on dating advice and traditional gender roles. He promotes ideas like male dominance in relationships and criticizes modern feminism. He's the guy, when I heard the first term about a one-sided monogamy. So again, standing in front of his partner, is just acknowledging, it's like, yeah, if I'm coming home and I see somebody, I'm gonna his word, I'm gonna get with her, and my wife doesn't care. And then when Justin, the documentarian, asks his partner, and he says, well, do you care? And she's like, well, I'd rather he wouldn't. The name of the documentary is Inside the Manosphere. I'd rather he wouldn't. And he didn't like that answer. So as the documentary continued, there was some tension that developed between Justin, the documentarian, and Myron because of some of the things that he got his partner to share publicly. Justin Waller, entrepreneur and influencer promoting wealth, discipline, and masculinity, often appears in the podcast and on social media content connected to Manosphere circles. That guy is he's the one, without telling you everything about it, he is, how do I say this? He was successful. He was an athlete, but he decided to jump onto this bandwagon as well. And again, the entire thing started as a grift. You create this trust with young, impressionable young men. You create this trust. So men harming other men. Why do men go to the gym? Why are men concerned about their appearance? They're not doing it for women. They're doing it for themselves and for other men. If you look at the gym culture, and I'm not a gym rat, I've never been a gym rat. If you look at the gym culture, it's other men filming other dudes while they're doing squats, slapping each other on the ass, right? Again, contradicting everything that women say that they want. So we can't continue to promote this fucking behavior. The male loneliness epidemic was created by men. So men could have excuses, another fucking excuse to blame women. That's the cycle. Ed Matthews, social media personality and boxer associated with alpha male online culture, part of the influencer ecosystem around the Manosphere, content, and online feuds. Andrew Tate was not in this. They did reference him. He was uninterviewed, which I'm glad they didn't include him. So let's go through some of these stats. A huge share of young men are single. Among Americans under age 30, 63% of men are single, where 34% of women are single. Nearly half of Gen Z men never dated as teenagers. 44% of Gen Z men had no relationship experience in their teens. Teen dating used to be where people learn social skills for relationships. When that stage disappears, it can make adult dating harder. So think about that, right? 44% of Gen Z men had no dating experience in their teens at all. These men, because they had no experience, they never had conversations with their girlfriends or partners. They never had any idea of what women might actually want. So now they're being red-pilled. Now they're being sucked into the manosphere. These guys, these influencers like, HS Tiki-Taki and Sneeko and Justin Waller and others are telling them what women want. They're telling them that you got to have a fancy car, that you've got to have a chiseled body, that you've got to have money, that you've got to have status, that you've got to have real estate, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not defending these young men, but you can see why they get sucked into this culture, right? So again, the Gen Z kids would be my age, right? So my oldest is 24, it'll be 25 this year. So I'm talking to men my age. Your boys, did they date when they were in high school? Did they? I loved going on dates. We'd go roller skating or go to the arcade or go to the movies, right? Go to Willow Park. I'll leave that right there. You learned a little bit about yourself, right? So if your boys are not dating, gentlemen, then where are they getting their advice on how to talk to women? Now I understand. Now if I were a woman today, I could absolutely understand why you would not want to be approached. I get it. I totally understand that. I'm also a big romantic, right? I believe in relationships. I believe in the human condition. I believe in us connecting to people, right? If men are not learning early on some of the things that women, more importantly, don't like or despise, then where are they going to get their notes from? It's going to be people like Andrew Tate and Justin Weller and Sneeko, when you can just look at women like property. And then conversely, if women aren't dating because they're dating less, they're being sucked into the manosphere as well, saying, well, I'm not worthy. I have to be picked. I'm property. Similarly, when these conversations are happening at home, what is the message that you're sharing? Because dads, if you are literally prescribed to this theory, if you were influenced by others, if you were part of the patriarchy, we see the church culture a lot. If you grow up in this and you're part of this, you are literally telling your son that he's more important than your daughter. Better said, you're telling your daughter she's not as important as your son. I want you to think about that. I want fathers in here who may agree with us on politics, but might have a lot more internalized misogyny than they think. A lot more of that patriarchy running through their bodies than they think. I'm a hardcore girl dad. You guys all know that about me. But I'm also an incredibly proud boy dad. And the influences that our children are having, especially our young boys, the Gen Z age, 18 to 30, if they're not, then if you are not part of those conversations, like this may be a controversial take, I'm not friends with my kids. I'm their dad. As they get older, that dynamic shifts a little bit, but we're not friends. I'm their parent. I see that responsibility different than I think a friend, because friends may not necessarily call somebody out. Friends might be like, okay, cool, that's fine. I'm their dad. I'll call the shit out. They may not like it, but that's how it works, right? And if you're unwilling to have those conversations or to at least investigate where the influences that your boys are getting, that's a problem. That's dangerous. Again, can men fix men? The answer is yes, we can. The question is, will we do it? That's the question. That is the hard part of this discussion, the willingness for men to call out other men. Peter, how are you today?
I'm good, thanks.
What's on your mind?
Well, I've been listening for half an hour or so, and I've listened to you often, Stephen, and I haven't ever joined in, but this morning I had kind of a brain fart that I thought I could share if it added any common sense to the argument. You made me look internally at my family and my experiences, so it's all anecdotal. But I think that my family has two sides to it, or three sides to it, actually. We have a middle ground, which are people, men, women, who value education. And my mother was the first college-educated woman in her family. I look at my cousins and my uncles and my aunts, and I realized that all of them were, well, on one side of the family, were all college educated, and they valued sending women to college to excel and to provide and to add to culture. And then I have a poverty side of the family that was misogynistic, who had all the attributes of, male control, patriarchy, all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. We had a part of the family that was wealthy. And there were issues in that part of the family that had to do with
where are we going with this, Peter? So well, make sure we're staying on topic. Where are we going with this?
Okay. So what I was kind of imagining was that there's on the poverty end of things, there's an extreme patriarchal side of society, and on the rich end of things, there's a patriarchal, where rich people, rich men, can take advantage of women. And I thought that the middle ground was where my family was mostly kind of centered. And I don't know whether it was a New England type of culture where the education is kind of valued and so forth, or not. But that's
I think the bigger issue here, and you touched on it briefly, is that education does a lot to address a lot of things. Now, I don't think the patriarchy is limited to just opposite ends of the extreme. I think it is pervasive everywhere. The question is, how do we respond to it? Are we willing to deconstruct from it? Listen, I'm not a therapist. I just do a lot of research and I read about this shit, and I have very strong opinions on it.
Right.
But I think education solves lots of problems.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's awareness, first of all. It's acceptance of it. It's awareness of it without question, and then it's the ability to self-reflect. Again, right. One of the traits that women are looking for in men is to be more self-aware, admit our faults, admit our mistakes, and maybe speak like a feminist every once in a while. That wouldn't be so bad. Yeah. So
I also
jumping in today, Peter.
Well, I also had an experience as a college professor.
Peter, just briefly, please. Thank you.
I had an experience as a college professor for 5 years looking at Gen Z men. And I can't profess that I understand what's going on completely with that generation, but it gave me a little bit of an insight into their approach to women and so forth. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm happy to continue listening and learning something from your live. Okay, thank you very much.
I appreciate it, Peter. Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, I mean, listen, y'all know me when it comes to how I want to progressively approach education, and this is a lot. This covers so much of it. It's not the blue pill that will solve everything. See what I did there? But it will certainly help, because it offers more perspective. The biggest advantage you have of attending a college and university is you're exposed to more opinions. You're exposed to more cultures. You're exposed to more diversity, to more equity, to more inclusion, to more accessibility. That's the whole point, right? It really fucking helps. So back to this list of items that we're unpacking here. Again, nearly half of Gen Z men never dated as teenagers. That's a real problem. We discussed it. Surveys show that young adults are increasingly unsure how to navigate relationships. Only about 1 in 3 young adults feel confident in their dating skills, which goes back to the fact is in particular that Gen Z men aren't even dating all through high school. Aren't even dating. Many say they struggle with reading social cues or discussing emotions. How would you be able to pick up social cues unless you're participating in it, right? Again, discussing emotions. Think about this exercise again, right? If you struggle with discussing your emotions and you're influenced by the red pill, you are told you can't cry. You are told, again, the only emotions you're allowed to show publicly are anger and lust. So obviously, if you trust these people as influences in your life, then you can't expect our young boys to think anything other than that. If there's no one there to guide them, you're going to look for somebody who's willing to guide them. You can see somebody that's successful. You can see somebody driving their Lambo. They've got their condo in Miami Beach. They've got their finely tailored suit. They got their bling. They got their Rolex. They got their big bank accounts. They're bragging about their bank accounts. They're chiseled. They've got their bronzer on, right? People are going to see that as successful. Now, you could look at it and say that's successful. I have never in my life have ever measured success by how much money I have. Never, not once. And most people that I know in my circle don't either. Now, would it be nice to people that have things? Of course. And I'm not opposed to that. That's not the issue. The issue is the trust that's been created by this group in the manosphere that say, listen, trust in me and I'll make you rich. And then you buy in, you drink the Kool-Aid, you take the red pill at that point, and then you're fucking hooked. And then they say, well, the only way you can be rich or part of being successful and part of being rich is to, be a misogynistic pig and to be, one-sided monogamy. Marriage and long-term partnerships are declining. The share of U.S. adults aged 25 to 54 who are married fell from 67% in 1990 to 51% in 2019. Younger generations are marrying later or not at all. According to the Institute of Family, some projections suggest about 1/3 of today's young adults may never marry. It doesn't mean you wouldn't cohabitate necessarily. Many young adults say that they're not even trying to date. 37% of single adults under 30 say they are not interested in dating right now. Cost of dating, bad past experiences, social anxiety, career focus, burnout from dating apps, and predatory male behavior. Okay. Several forces are colliding at once. Dating apps are replacing social networks. Economic pressures, housing debt, changing gender roles. Again, men are intimidated by women achieving careers and having careers. Social media comparisons, declining in-person social spaces, the rise of online porn. When that happens, people often turn to online communities that explain the change, which is partly why the manosphere grew so quickly and so powerfully. So, yes.
Boy.
Okay. There's reasons here. Good morning, friend. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
I've been sitting here listening to everything that you've been saying, and I wanted to go to the beginning of all of this when it comes to the manosphere and how young, speaking of, I guess, young white men and how they are more susceptible, if that makes sense, to the manosphere. Doctor.
They are, absolutely.
I wanted to speak on before they get there. There's a stigma that we all know about the white kid with the white parents. There's a joke about like the white mom goes in the basement to check on Timmy and is like, Timmy, what are you doing? And Timmy is creating a bomb. Excuse my French, I'm so sorry. A boom boom.
It's okay. It's okay.
And mom goes in and she says, Timmy, what are you doing? And Timmy says, I'm building a boom boom and I'm going to use it on you. And the stigma is that the parents are afraid of the white son because of the erratic behavior that the white son has developed over time. It comes in a place where I'm talking about discipline in the household. And I feel as though due to the lack of discipline and say the stigmatized theory of in the white household, I feel like contributes to that as well, about the different ways of discipline, the different ways of the different ways of the child being respectable to the parent, to the mother. I would say in a lot of white households, do your son respect the mother in the household? Because I feel like that matters a lot. When it comes to how susceptible a boy is, or a young man is to the manosphere. I feel like if he has a matriarchal respect for his mother, it'll be a lot difficult for them to be susceptible to the manosphere because of the respect that they have for their mother. But I feel like because they lack that, due to visualing the lack that their fathers have, due to the protection of the patriarchy that they have against their mothers, they already are groomed to believe.
Oh, you're muted.
Feel like we can speak on education, we can speak on all of those things, but I'm talking about when the son comes out of the womb, from the moment he starts to walk, what is the respect part? It's like it stops once the child starts to walk. Now the son is more up under the father. And now the father, if the father is already having that type of mindset, he's grooming that boy to have the same mindset eventually. So then as the son grows, he lacks respect for his mother. So now because respect for his sister. And it just grows and it grows. And then now he has a bigger platform because he has now been susceptible to the manosphere. And it grows. It grows. So I feel like your picture in the background is perfect, but I would say it would be perfecto if the white wives were next to them, because that is what's building these kids that are more susceptible to the manosphere. I feel like the woman needs to speak up more in her household so that the boy can see that women are not always the pet. And I feel like that's the piece that we're missing, is how are these young men being developed in their household to be so susceptible to this theory or to this doctrine? There's something in them that feels a lack of or a void of for them to want to be a part of this. Where's that want? Why do you have that want to be a part of something so toxic? And I feel like that is what we're missing. And if we continue to skip over that, we're going to continue to build more of these type of many institutions or many societies that are toxic to the bigger picture. And that's just, I say that from experience of being or living in a mix. I'm from Boca Raton, I'm from Delray Beach, I'm from South Florida. So I grew up amongst so many different types of people. I've stayed the night at my white friends' homes. So a lot of it may be anecdotal, but I'm not the only one that knows this. I'm not the only one that knows that the son mostly runs the home because of his erratic behavior, and everything is surrounded around that one son and his disrespect, and everyone else has to paddle around him or walk around the eggshells around him because of how he's been since he hit puberty, and no one wants to go to therapy because no one wants to be embarrassed. And this boy continues to grow and grow and grow into this monster, and now he's here. That's what I feel we're missing.
You're right. I mean, obviously, you're not saying that it's just white boys to take the
No.
red pill. We know that's not. We certainly do know that the predominance of participation
Correct.
in the red pill community manosphere
Correct.
happens to be white boys.
Correct.
That's just the
Because
data
we
tells
have them
us
too in
that,
our
but-
community as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I do believe that this has to start with men, fixing men to break that cycle. But I don't disagree with you about boy moms in particular.
Yes.
If you don't want to, I'll break it right down. If boy moms, if you don't want your sons to treat their partners as if perhaps your partner or husband treated you, then you've got to be about breaking that culture too. So I always feel smart every time I talk to you. Thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate it very much.
You have a good one. Bye, guys.
You too. Take care. Bye. I think that's a really good perspective, right? I mean, we all know this. We all know that boy moms have a big responsibility too. And again, like I said, the qualifier that I started the show with, it's not that I'm not focused on our daughters too, because I absolutely am. But they're caught up in the system because the pattern and the cycle and the structural propping up of bad behavior of men existed because men created the system. We are watching it right now on full display with the Epstein community. That fucking cycle, that circle of predatory behavior and predators and criminals protecting each other. The victims, the survivors in this case, are overwhelmingly women. Girls, women now, girls then. So yes, I firmly believe in the influence at home. Somebody said this earlier. Discipline is not a bad word. Like I didn't spank my kids. I got spanked when I was a kid, but I didn't do it. I don't spank my kids, never did. Again, I'm not sitting here to judge. I wish you wouldn't do it. I don't think it's necessary. There's been all kinds of research that you don't need to do it. Find an alternative. But discipline, the biggest thing that I learned from early on when it comes to parenting is be consistent. Just be consistent. If you're going to tell your kids they can't go to the park with their friends, then they can't go to the park with their friends. Period. It's tough because, it would make your life a lot easier if they went to the park with their friends, but they have to understand that there is somebody that's watching, somebody that's paying attention, somebody transparent. These skills that we want our children to learn from us because they model your behavior, right? They model it. They see, especially boys watching the behavior of their dads. And a lot of these gentlemen that I talked about before who are part of this, they came from broken homes. Most of them were raised by single mothers. Most of them were raised by single moms. Their single moms gave everything to them. And now they treat women like trash. And I'm not saying that just because you grow up without a dad that you're likely going to become this. On the contrary, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens a lot. Dads, you have a really, 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 really important role. You have a really important role. I'm going to say that again. You have an incredibly important role in raising your kids. Take pride in it. It's the most important job you have. When I hear these conversations, oftentimes I hear somebody come up on a panel and someone brags about, I work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Fellas, that's not a flex. That is not a flex. I would rather you say, you know what? I've got a good job. I work 40 hours a week. I spend as much time with my kids as possible because that's the most important job I have. It's not a flex to say you work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's not. You're going to drop dead. It's not a flex. Be better. All right. A small share of men has to do with the online dating scene. This speaks to the danger of the patriarchy and into the manosphere. Several analysis of app data. Actually, I see somebody in the chat I want to talk to. Talk about getting smarter. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. First thing I wanted to say is how important this conversation is. And I'm so happy that you're leading it, as you always have. Super important conversation. Yeah, absolutely. I think I've told you my story a little bit, but I always want to reiterate it when you have these discussions, because you can have a 2-parent household. You can quote unquote do all the right things, and you can still lose your child like I did mine. And I think when I look back, he's almost 21 now. The mistakes that I made, right? I grew up as an athlete, and there is a toxic aspect to athletic culture that you even embed as a parent, where you don't really talk to your son about emotional feedback. You kind of suppress, right, those conversations that can be hard. You just say, hey, get up, you can do it again, right? And then there's especially around football, there is a culture of yelling, right? There's a culture of screaming, get up, come on, blah, blah, right? And even as a coach, I coached him as a youth. I would often communicate that way, which was a very big, like when I go back and think about it, right? That was a very big mistake. And then also, I think there is a culture of degrading women in athletics that we don't talk about enough. And when I think about, again, the time frame that I feel like we lost him was in the time frame that he began to excel athletically. And as you know, if you're a parent of a kid that's in athletics, you spend a lot of time with people in that arena, right? You go an entire weekend, and even during the week, right, when they get into high school, where they're around these people 12, 15 hours a day sometimes, when you get into the varsity level. And so that culture is extremely toxic, very degrading, not very supportive of those who may not be as skilled athletically. Again, my son was very skilled athletically, which actually in some ways led to the problem of praise and undue praise to some degree because of his athletic prowess. And so I think that also needs to be talked about. And I agree that while, women may feed into certain problems, it's up to us as men to call out what's going on. It's up to us as men to fix the problem as well. And I didn't realize, again, I call myself a progressive man. I support women, but I look back and see the complicity that I had in not calling out times where women were shamed or, stuff like that. Was I feeding into it verbally? No, but I didn't call it out. And I think that also led to some of the problems we've had with our son as well. And just, again, I've been very out front and transparent about this. My son is engaged in violent behavior. He's gone to prison for it. He's doing much better now, but it caused a 3-year rift. And again, his odds of being successful as a young man are so much less now, given his behavior before. And so every time I see this discussion that you lead, I can't tell you how it resonates and how many parents live in silence because they've lost their son to some level to this kind of red pill, environment. And so for me, as a person who is, has some level of embarrassment and shame about it, even though I tried as hard as I could as a father, it is good to see that you do this. And it's also good because I have another son who I think is doing quite well. So it's also good from that perspective.
Well, like you talk about a lot, and thank you again for sharing your story, my friend. When you talk about a lot in your space, and I think it's indicative, so I'm going to give you some flowers here, so take them because you have no choice. When I look at your panel and I see it, for the most part, it's dominated by women that are on your panel, which obviously tells me that you have evolved and you've created a space that many deem safe to be there so that they can be transparent, they can be vulnerable, and they can listen to you talk about your journey. So take those flowers, first of all. I'll leave that right there for a second. But more importantly, I grew up an athlete as well. And you're absolutely right. I had football coaches screaming in my ear, baseball coaches, and we just thought that was acceptable. I get it. There's the athletic culture. I get it. There's the gym bro mindset. We can think about the women's and men's Olympic hockey teams. That's a great example of what happened, right? The men get celebrated. The women get blamed for not coming to the White House. We have to flip that script. And I understand you want to carry the shame, bro. I get it. That's part of it. You did your best. We also have to accept that sometimes we did our best. The goal here is to try to just do it better the next time. So you're a good man, sir. I appreciate you and I appreciate your honesty and you're always welcome here. Anything else you'd like to share?
No, thank you, man. That means a lot. That means a lot. And again, I'll just keep doing what you're doing, man. Much love to you. And thank you, man. Thank you for having me.
Same to you, brother. Have a good day. Like that's part of it, right? Something you said is, I mean, I grew up an athlete. You know, I played 4 sports in high school. I played baseball in college. I used to ski race. Sure. I absolutely participated in the patriarchy. I absolutely did not call out bad behavior. I participated in the bad behavior. No excuse. I was thinking about this a bit yesterday in prepping for this show. I'm also very fortunate to have grown up with the influences that I had. I've been honest, and I'll share this with you. My father was a domestic abuser. He used to beat up my mother regularly. And when you grow up, and I'm an only child, and there was times when I had to literally get between my father and my mother so that she could have enough time to get out of the house, basically. And I'm looking at this person, my dad, who was my coach. He was always the first car in the parking lot every single day. And when we returned from a road trip, he would be in the front row of a performance that I did, whether it be music or in a play. He was a person that I looked up to. And then there's that other side, right? So when you are a child of an alcoholic and you are the child of a domestic abuser, society tells men that you are destined to be those things yourself. So I've had to push back against that stigma for a very, very long time. And I've always been able to check myself, right? Always been able to check myself. And this is not about me. I'm sharing this because I'm sure there are men in the chat who had a similar experience. And that's what this is about. Thank you, Hunter's mom. I appreciate that. But that's part of the evolution, right? Recognizing those behaviors, because I could have prescribed to that. I could have said, all right, well, I guess I'm destined to be an alcoholic and I'm destined to be a domestic abuser. That's the script of the patriarchy. It's almost like gives you permission to do those things because everybody else did them as well. That's about breaking the cycle. Therapy helped me a lot. And the book that I wrote about being a better man, there's a lot of acknowledgement to that. I unpacked some fucking deep shit therapeutically. It was great for me to write it. Still in the process, but that's kind of this push here about breaking the red pill. It's about men fixing men. It's about breaking the cycle. If you grew up, I mean, my mother used to tell me the stories about how her dad would abuse her mom, so that she never thought she would experience, and then sure enough, she's part of a marriage that led to that as well. And my mother came out of that. She never said a bad word about my dad. She never criticized him. I looked at that, I'm like, damn, this guy put you in the hospital and you're not going to say anything bad about him? And I learned so much from that, a lot from that. And I don't want anybody to go through what I went through, and I'm not sharing it other than to say there are cycles that we can break, fellas. We don't have to do what our dads did. Let me rephrase this. We don't have to copy bad behavior. Just because we're exposed to it does not mean we need to do it again. So then dads and moms, your kids are watching. They are sponges. Our children just suck stuff up. So what message are you sending if you're going to perpetuate this bullshit, right? Don't you want to know? Don't you want them to be the best they can possibly be? Don't you want them to be better versions of you? That's what I want for my kids. I want them to be the best versions of myself, but the best versions of themselves as well. And I just don't want to fuck shit up because we know what can happen when we get in the way if we're not paying attention. Good morning, friend. How are you?
Well, good morning. Yeah, it is. It's morning here in Arizona, so I'm awake finally. I'm so happy you're doing this today.
Thank you.
It was so much to unpack. Like, we could do a week-long series on this, right? I really appreciate, what's her name? Who was that recovering earlier? Talking about kind of that dynamic, right? And when we teach parenting, right, we talk about the 4 types. The one that kids thrive the most in is that authoritative parenting style, where you have both high standards and high warmth, right? And it's kind of alluding to that. How you parent is how the children are going to thrive. And we took like gentle parenting. It was a great idea. but it was misunderstood, right? We went from being raised on neglected hose water in our generation to we don't give a shit about you to whatever you want, sweetie, whatever you want. And nope, we needed to kind of land in a happy middle, right? The whole point of it is, yeah, you're entitled to your feelings, and it's okay to be upset that you have to stop playing to go do something you need to do, but you still need to take the garbage out by 6, right? Like you keep the rules, but you also don't say shut up, and you also don't calm your kids down because you're upset about their feelings.
Correct.
Right? Like it's the coddling. And I always talk about that book, The Coddling of the American Mind. And I put a whole Tim Ferriss interview in our chat with Jonathan Haidt, who's the author. That really gives a good insight. So here's where I think in the past 10 years, this has kind of evolved where these men are like, these young boys are susceptible to this, right? We've had this kind of with this arch of change over our generation, certainly, of feminism and all that. But the spike of the red pill specifically, from where I sit, seems to be this shift in culture where now we have the internet and now we have all these things of comparison and where do I fit? And prior to women really getting all the things that we can take care of us now. We don't need men, right? We don't. We did. We needed them for a bank account. We needed them for security. We needed them to own things, right? But we don't anymore. But men aren't quite caught up with, well, if that's not what you need from me, then where do I fit? Like, what is my role then? And to your point, Steve, right? You learned from the male figures in your life who learned from the ones in theirs, who learned from the ones in theirs, right? This is like a generational trauma, if you want to say, right? Like that's how that happens. So if you put all that together, you've got these young kids who have fathers who haven't figured out this new dynamic where the things that they used to do were the things that worked. If I went and made I go make a good living, I provide, that whole provider thing. We don't need you to provide anymore. But we want you. We want you as a partner. We want you for that emotional connection. We want you for the things that we don't get when we're by ourselves, right? The partnership thing. We're wired for belonging. We're wired to connect as humans. So you bring this generation of kids where like the things that have always been our thing aren't our thing anymore. Now we have to do differently. It's so confusing. And then they're raised by people, by women. I'll speak for the women, it's the mom thing, very much so, of, I want to make sure he's okay. They think that, I think for me, it was just like, I want my son to be gentle. I want him to be, both my sons, I wanted them to be caring, and they very much are. But certainly there's things that I didn't realize, right? We're all trying to learn how to do it better. Women just as much. We were socialized for so long that we needed adjacency to men to feel safe, to feel secure. And so we're all trying to figure this out, right? But the young men specifically are very influenced in that manosphere. That triggered me. It was a lot to watch.
Yeah, the thing that I really took from our conversation that we had on Friday, I'm sorry you couldn't join us, but the prompt was, are women rejecting men or their behavior? And the conclusion by most was women are rejecting men because of their behavior.
Yeah.
So if we flip that script, then, gentlemen, if the issue is your behavior, not just the fact that you're a man, then there's hope. And that's why I think these conversations are important. Now, listen, a lot of people have written off dating, marriage, etc. People are inclined to live their lives alone. but there's things that we all going to miss out on. You're right. We're social creatures. There's supposed to be this thing, right? That we find each other, whatever that might be. But the issue, I should say, and the issue is men's behavior. That's the issue. It's not men on the whole, speaking from my perspective, it's not men on the whole, it's men's behavior. And again, I'm glad Smitty talked about it. I've talked about it, always talked about it. Drew talked about it. Justin talked about it. For those of us that are evolving, it's a constant journey, not there yet, unpacking shit every single day. That's the goal. Accepting it. Like if you're triggered by it's all men until it's no men, then you're the problem.
Yes.
You're the problem. That's the issue, right?
But that's so hard when your identity has been built on, like you thought you learned, right? You're brought up in this world where you have these role models of men who have told you, like, this is what it means to be a man. This is what it means to be a man. And then you're like, okay, I got it. Assignment accepted. And you go out in the world and you encounter women who are like, nah, dude, did you ask us what you wanted, what we wanted? Right? Like you've learned these patterns, and imagine being that, just, to pull back a little bit, imagine being in that position to where, now I'm confused. I thought this is how it worked. This isn't how it worked. Well, psychologically, what does that do? Alarm bells. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be rejected. Rejection. How do I figure this out? So that sets up these young boys perfectly for this red pill narrative. Then they get sucked into this. They get around other men who tell them, yeah, dude, I'm that way too. It's not you. Look at all of us. We're all having the same problem. It can't just be us. It must be them. It must be the women, or, we need to embrace that macho because that's okay. Like it just made it so attractive, because what it did, it resolves that cognitive dissonance of like, I thought I knew and now I don't. And now I'm in a society where I don't know how to operate to connect with women. And oh, this feels so much better to be around other men who are also having that problem and couldn't be me. So there you go. And now you don't have to do any work to do better. I mean, it's so attractive.
The core principle of the manosphere, the messaging to men, is in contradiction to what women actually want, at least from research. Again, the list. Women want kindness and warmth, honesty and trustworthiness, intelligence, emotional stability, and a sense of humor. So I think, and again, I want to be careful. I think we should all want that. I mean, that's what I would hope. Those are traits that they're important to me too, right? To me as a man, I want my partner to be kind, not nice. Thank you, Sam. Not nice, but kind and warmth, honesty and trust, to be honest and to be trustworthy, to be smart, to be emotionally stable. We can talk about that. What is emotional stability anyway?
I mean, that's,
yeah, and then
that's bonus content, I guess.
Right, and then sense of humor, but the red pill, the manosphere, that group of people, that messaging contradicts all of that.
Yeah.
The manosphere is telling men that the things that women want are not important. Listen to me. We will tell you what women want. And there's a lot of women apparently that do want that, which is another problem in and of itself.
I was just going to say, in the manosphere, I mean, you see that they had women in their lives, but if you notice, in the Fresh and Fit podcast, we could have a whole live about that whole mess. But I've been observing Myron for a minute now, and so you notice there's women in their lives that confirm that for them. Though we as women need to understand our role in this is to no longer provide the emotional barometer for men, because historically that's what we've done, right? We've been the ones to come in and do the emotional work for them. And when we continue to do that, we continue to allow them to not have to do it for themselves, right? And it's again, we have to deconstruct from it as much, right? We could do a whole live on how women need to deconstruct from the patriarchy, because I noticed in that video, there were plenty of women who still believe that adjacency to men is the flex that they need.
Correct.
And yay, you know,
a lot of the women being, just accepting one-sided misogyny. That was wild to me. Like, I guess I knew it existed, but when I was watching it in full display, like literally being interviewed as a couple, standing there and saying, listen, if I'm out on the road and I hook up, that's the way it goes. And my wife is fine with it. And then you pan to her and she's got this look on her face like, yeah, I'm not really okay with it, but that's our deal.
And, Thoreau called him out. He's like, she doesn't seem like that's okay. And then you notice Myron gets all clutchy about who he lets interview. You notice when he goes on Fresh and Fit, like, oh, you can't be talking to our person behind the scenes. Like, it's interesting. It was so interesting to me that he's, especially Myron, like, but all of them really, like, they're very comfortable with their ideology when they're surrounded by other people who also eat it up. But the minute you have Thoreau in there and he's doing his documentary, like, as an observer, they get really uncomfy. So I gotta believe, and for me, that was encouraging because I gotta believe at their core, they know that this isn't, they know it. They know that this is BS.
And the Justin Waller, his wife, was a radiologist, like a physician. I think she was a physician, and then the conversation ensued about the same topic. Like, when he's out on the road, I would rather he be honest with me, telling me he's hooking up with other girls, than try to hide it. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? I can't even imagine
as women, we've been taught that that's just what men do. You've got to accept that. And it's BS. No, that isn't just what men do. That's what people do who don't know how to have strong connections with their partner. That's so there's so many things about this. Everyone, I hope they watch. I know it's painful, but you will learn a lot. This is a huge topic, and I really appreciate that there's so many men who are coming up. I woke up to hear Justin. I love that my one thing is it's not a fix, right? Ultimately, yes, it's a fix, but it's fixing our society.
It's hard to try to find the right.
But I mean, it is fixing all of us, fixing our entire, fixing all of us and how we contribute to the perpetuation of that. And how what that does is limit all of us from having truly deep, meaningful, fulfilling connections with one another, right? It's like, I don't need a man, but I certainly want one. I want the one I have because he's amazing. And ironically, when I met him, he was watching Fresh and Fit. He was watching Kevin Samuels. He was watching a lot of this Manosphere content. And I came into his life and I was like, what is this about for you? And granted, he was in his 50s when I met him. It's not just the young men that are susceptible to this. He had come off of some really hard shit and didn't know how to navigate it. And it turned him to the belonging of other people who have not had success in dating. And, I might have helped him deconstruct from that a little bit in 7 years. So he's pretty great now.
Drive the car for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Woo! How's the chat doing? Everybody, please tap since we have a little break. I know this is a conversation that is so, so important because it leads to so many other things societally. And it's so, so important that we understand how to approach it. And I am so thankful that we're having this conversation in here, taking a little break from the norm, but it does contribute to everything else, right? I mean, you actually see how a lot of this ideology is showing up in our administration, for both the men and the women in our administration, right? You see the dynamic of the power imbalance that's happening, power over adjacency to power. And so if we can all speak to that with one another, I think we drive the conversation a little better, other than when we would maybe talk about it like, you need fixed, you're doing it wrong, we don't want to like double down on the shame and guilt shit that people are already living with, and approaching it from a place of, hey, we get it. This is a wild ride and we're all trying to figure out how to work it. And all the things we talk about with matriarchy, and I think Recovering was kind of speaking to that too. Just overarchingly, of course, yes, it is true culturally, having been adjacent enough to Black culture in my life and parenting similarly, I believe, because of my experiences. I definitely see what she's saying because there's a matriarchy that is present overarchingly that I've noticed. And it tends to lead to much more relational care, right? Care for everyone, care for the whole community. And I'll leave with this.
Thank you.
Yes, in relationships, this is important. And it's great to have connections in relationships. But on an even bigger level, if you can figure this out, then that also helps us figure out how to build community. Because on a bigger level, we need community even more. Community is what's showing up to get us through everything. It's taking care of each other. It's a rising tide raises all ships. And so this topic will lead to that topic in such a beautiful way. So thank you for having the courage to do this. Thank you for carrying the space as always. I love you beyond measure. You're the best.
Love you too. All right, talk to you soon.
You bet. Bye-bye.
So Popcorn, I saw you in the request box, but you were I was going to give you a chance, but I just learned some things about that you might have said in the chat. So you obviously have some more unpacking to do. So I'm not going to allow our audience to be subjected to your nonsense again, but I'll bring up another gentleman we had a conversation with last week. Maybe this conversation has influenced you. Unknown user, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. We've had some interesting conversations over the last week. I'm hoping that you're maybe starting to unpack some stuff.
I'm always learning. We can always agree to disagree, and I like your topic today. And I respect your argument. I guess for me, for years of working in the criminal justice field, I was a probation officer for many years, and I understand where you're coming from. I really do. A lot of people think that we need to be more understanding of women and let women run the show and let them take the reins sometimes and whatever. But we have enough data right now to actually see that it's not working out too well. I'm not saying they can't change and change
let's take it one at a time. Let's hold on. Let's take it one at a time. When you were saying, first of all, it's not about let, okay? It's not about let women do anything. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But you're talking about data about what?
Well, when you look at the rise of truancy and the rise of kids that doesn't have real conflict resolution skills and the rise of violence of young youth, it's very alarming when you dig deep into their social psyche history and learn that they didn't have a father that was present or a mother who was lackluster when it came to punitive actions over certain things they did. So every time I read a pre-sentence report,
father's not being there certainly is indicative. We've seen that study over time for sure. No
Yes.
doubt about that. Right.
Yes.
So then why are you trying to blame women?
I'm not blaming women. I'm just saying that a woman needs a man in the house to give structure and order. We don't need.
No, dude. Nope. You've got some more unpacking to do, sir. You've got some more unpacking to do. You haven't heard anything that we've been discussing today. Nothing. You've heard nothing. Women don't need men, my guy. They don't need men. You are so deep down in that patriarchy. I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with you offline so I don't have to expose our chat to your bullshit. You're just a full-on misogynist, my guy. They don't need, again, women are rejecting men because of their bad behavior. Shouldn't that tell you that women don't need men? Wake the fuck up, man. Wake up. It's not that complicated. It's really not. If you want to have a conversation with me, message me. I will have a conversation with you. Maybe I can crack through that misogynistic shell, but I'm not going to do it in front of my chat. That's just wild, man. Damn, dude, you're sitting here for 3 hours listening to our show. You didn't learn a goddamn thing. Hey, Ursus, how are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing fine. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I was just considering a wider stretch here about this topic, and and forgive me if you've already said these things on other lives or earlier, but it seems to me that the psychological mechanism that makes misogyny and patriarchy a thing is very similar to the psychological mechanism that upholds things like racism and hierarchical society structures. And we, I hope, at least, I mean, talking to mostly Americans, you are the originators. You should be proud, or you were the first ones in world history who really took on the hierarchical way of thinking a society with your revolution and inspired the French Revolution and stuff like that. And then, of course, like history goes back and forth, and I hope that most Americans, at least today, would consider that the racism thing was not a really good thing. I mean, you've had some backlash the last 10 years or so, but I mean, still, in proper discourse, it's not, I hope it's still not something that's discussed. I'm comparing the people, the Manosphere people, that say when you need a trad wife and women make me a sandwich and all those stupid things. Aren't they kind of exactly like the people before your Civil War who claimed that the slaves were better off being slaves?
Right. You still hear that rhetoric today, Ursus.
Yeah,
you're right. I mean, you're right. It's interesting you say that. Is that, you know, we've been the model for so many things that if you look at it in hindsight, we can see the Germany model loved how we treated black people.
Yeah.
Big fan of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
That should tell you a lot. That should tell you a lot. And here we sit now with this, we're I don't know, I say revisiting history or whatever that might be, because there's this belief set. There are certain people in our society who don't deserve to be treated equally. Whether it's the color of your skin, your orientation, your gender, that's the white man in America with its emotional approach to everything, thinking that I need to get mine. And if I can't get mine, nobody else is going to get theirs either.
Yeah. But I'm thinking that, especially as Americans, you're so proud of having rid yourself of the feudal architecture of Europe, and every man is created equal, except the slaves. But yeah, you know, it wasn't a perfect thing, but it was a step in the right direction, right? That no bloodline is inherently inferior or superior because of nobility, and you should of course have all your serfs and and all the, you got rid of all that, and you're so proud of it, and justly so. You should. That if any young man or old man for that matter feels that a woman's place is in the kitchen or something like that, just think of yourself as being akin to those people who argued for slavery, for those people who argued for feudalism, those people who argued for all the old stuff that you don't believe in anymore. And you say, no, of course I'm not a racist. Of course I'm not for nobility and stuff like that, inherent privileges. It's the same thing. You're doing it the same thing. Once you can't be not a racist but a misogynist. You need to. It's all the same thing.
It's all about control.
Yeah,
it's all about control and power, and in particularly fragile white men in particular, because the world is passing them by. They've not been able to keep up I should say we. I mean, because I'm one
Yeah.
of them. We've been not been able to keep up. So we have to find somebody to blame because we've always had the privilege, always had it, and it's never been challenged before. But now it's being challenged, and because of the patriarchy, because of misogyny, because of everything else, there's the only response that from white men in America is anger, violence.
Yeah. Yeah, because of course it hurts when all these privileges are slipping through your fingers. It seems like you're being oppressed.
Correct.
Of course you're not.
Correct.
You're just not able to oppress others anymore, or at least you're being called out for it, and that hurts because ego and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ursus, thank you for jumping in today. It's good to speak to you again. I know I've been on the panel with you on Sinjay's Live, so thanks for having me, friend. I appreciate you very much. Be safe out there. Have a good day. Thanks for joining. You got it. Take care. It's a great point, right? I mean, it's just the entire, all of these systems, all of them, all of the systems, the systemic racism, the systemic misogyny, all these internalized racism, they're all built by the same people. They're all built by the same people. They're all built by white men for the most part. They're all built in support of the status that white men took, not earned, took. And this is not me hating on white men. This is just me calling balls and strikes. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm doing here. And again, if it doesn't apply to you, then let it fly. If it doesn't bother you, then again, let it fly. Shouldn't be more complicated than that at the end of the day. It really shouldn't. Listen, try to learn, and try to do better. Hello, Lisa. How are you?
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me up. So I love that you're doing this because I watched this over the weekend, and yeah, it's just, it hit me really, it was strongly, like it was like, holy crap, because my son was right. Early on, in all this, like early 2025, I said, what is this red pill thing? I was like, what is all this stuff that people are talking about? Red pill and these young men being so misogynistic and stuff. And he said, I think it's has to do with them being raised by single moms, strong single mothers, them resenting them for not having, for having chased their father off. And they saw Kamala Harris as a representation of their strong, independent, single mom who stayed, who was there. And I was like, well, I'm single mom. Hello, you are brilliant, right? He said, yeah, but he said, that's because I saw you as a role model and I was well aware of who my dad was growing up. He said, I think that's the difference. Some of my friends, he said, I have 5 friends, all of them raised by single moms, all 5 voted for Trump, all white. And he said they all didn't really know their dad. So they have some like fantasy in their head of who their dad is. And one time on Danny's Live, somebody came up and they were like, we raise our daughters and we love our sons. And I do believe that is internalized, patriarchy, right? That we coddle our sons. We just love them, right? For one, I think that part of this is we think we can love them into not being a monster, to not being a predator. Also, we've learned that men are helpless, right? Need to be cared for. We need to feed them and make sure that they are clothed and we make their doctor's appointments and do all these things because they can't do it themselves, right? They can't figure it out. All they can figure out how to do is go to work and have a drink at the bar with the boys and play sports. That's the only thing that men can figure out. Everything else, you're just totally clueless. We have to do it for them. And I think that that's also a part of why we, quote unquote, just love our sons and don't really raise them. And, and I'm not blaming single moms at all, because I think that we wear multiple hats. We do the best that we can, most of us. And I think that there is something, maybe something there about being honest about who they're, when their father takes off, who they were, and not letting the kids build this fantasy up in their head. Also, my son said it might have something to do with, and you said it, therapy. He's been in therapy for 6 years. So I think that there's also that aspect of it. Yeah.
Agreed. Another advocate for universal health care so that we can all have access to mental health care. Thank you for jumping in today, Lisa. Appreciate
100%.
Thanks for being here.
Mm-hmm.
You got it. Talk to you soon. All right, bye. While she was speaking, I noticed a couple of comments went by saying, don't generalize. It's not all men. If it doesn't apply to you, then let it fly. We're talking about the structure. If you don't feel like it applies to you, then don't worry about it. Okay? When we talk about these things, it's not targeting an individual. I'm not offended when somebody says it's all men until it's no men, because I know it to be true. It doesn't mean that every man is problematic. Let me rephrase. No, it does, because by nature, again, it's all men until it's no men. So if it doesn't bother you, then don't let it. Then if it doesn't affect you, then don't let it bother you. It's that simple. Don't overthink it. Just don't overthink it. Nick Bella, how are you today?
Good morning, Steve. I'm great. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So thank you for letting me come up. First of all, I am I'm a girl mom times 3. I don't have any boys, and I just kind of wanted to, I don't want to say push back, but give a different view from our experience. My girls are 27, 22, and 17. And I raised them all obviously the same. And they were raised in a 2-parent household. They all grew to be these very intelligent, caring, empathetic women who also know their worth and have a voice. And I was very proud of that. I am very proud of that. My oldest married her high school sweetheart, and I didn't see it coming. I was kind of blinded by the fact that she said, Mom, he's my safe place. He's my, where I can go when things are crazy. And I said, and she loved him, so I loved him. Once they got married, things started to happen. She started to say things that were almost cruel. Like we'd be on the phone and she'd say something and I would think, that's not my child. Where is this coming from? Well, the more I learned about it, he's very hardcore MAGA, like to the hilt. And he was also raised in a 2-parent family. He was educated. He is, he comes from a great background. And this is not an isolated case because there are so many of their friends that are the same way. They all went to high school together. They were raised in 2-parent homes. They played, sports. They went to college. But they have and that's what I wanted to kind of pick your brain. Why is this becoming acceptable? Because my oldest daughter, has become his echo chamber. So I will hear things out of her mouth that literally for days just replay in my head because it chokes me up. Like that's not the child that I raised. She's radiating the same, I don't want to say hatred, but there's something in there that's really ugly that I've never seen. She wasn't raised that way and I don't recognize it. So I am just curious, like why this is, because there's a lot of them. This is not just a few guys. This is not just, a handful of kids that were not raised correctly. I heard so many people this morning talk about the socioeconomic status. That's not necessarily always true because these boys had everything.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I appreciate you being open and honest and sharing your story with us. I don't necessarily. Again, I'm not a therapist. I read, I pay attention, I listen. From my perspective, I don't think it is just limited to one particular socioeconomic group. What the data tells us is that we see the influence of young men being susceptible to the red pill definitely leans towards a fatherless home. It's not to say that that's the only factor for sure. It's definitely not the only factor, right? What we're seeing more and more now, though, is the scenario I described earlier, where a two-parent household, but that family may be traditional.
Yes.
Where dad holds the keys to the car, so
Very.
to speak.
Right.
That there's that part of it. And then your situation is even a bit more unique. Can't really be more. It's really unique. That you can't be really unique. Unique's a modifier. Anyway, don't get me down that road. I'm an English guy. My point is, your circumstances. You was surprised. You said that your daughter became a trad wife. That's what it sounds like. And she's becoming a trad wife. Is that a fair description?
Very fair. In fact, she had to really fight him in order to open her own salon. She had all the capability, all the, the resources, and he didn't want that. He doesn't want me around her because and he's kind of tried to alienate us from each other because I promote her voice. I pump her up. I'm her biggest fan, and I will gas her up every single time, and he doesn't like it.
That's a tough one because she identified him as her safe space.
Yeah, then I start to wonder, is that a safe space or is that what he's created to make sure that he can control her?
That's what it sounds like to me.
I think so too. So thank you so much for letting me up.
Before you leave, if you don't mind, so your other daughters, have they seen this happen? Are they surprised by it too?
They are. In fact, my middle daughter is very, very, very liberal to the point where they cannot, they are still very close, my oldest and my middle, but they cannot discuss anything related to any sort of social topic or, anything that really matters. They can't dive into it.
Well, again, thank you for sharing. I'm sorry that's happened. Hopefully they're young enough, or she's young enough. Maybe she can kind of think back on the amazing parents that she had, amazing mom that she had, and said, my worth is how I deem my worth. I don't need anybody else to tell me what my worth is. Yeah. So hopefully she'll be reminded of that at some point soon. Thanks for jumping in today.
Thanks,
I appreciate you very much for being here.
Thank
you. Got it. Be well. Take care.
You're sure.
That's a complicated one, man. Makes me sad. It really does. Makes me sad. It's not just unique to any particular environment. It's out there everywhere. Hey, Lloyd, how are you today?
Hey, Steve. It's weird listening to this from a UK's perspective because I never knew what red pilling was until I heard you earlier talking about it. And then thinking back to it, I've been swallowing red pills since I was like 14. But growing up, the whole, you have to be tall, you have to be buff, have lots of money, none of it's correct. It's all wrong. But yeah, people still believe it.
Yeah. That's you're absolutely right, Lloyd. That's exactly the point.
And it's not just a cultural, as in an American thing, because obviously it's happening over in the UK. And obviously
it's everywhere.
Yeah, you brought up said about Andrew Tate, and obviously a lot of people love him for some reason. But then we go back to why do we love him is because he makes them feel better about the kind of bad things they are doing and saying and justifying it.
Yeah. I mean, this is a human condition issue that we have to battle with because the patriarchy exists everywhere. The influence of social media, the influence of influencers. When good people aren't paying attention, bad people fill in the gaps, and this is what's happening, and it's not unique to our country. But thanks for jumping in today, Lloyd. I appreciate you very much for being here. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's, mods, I see the chat. It's unfortunate. Just when you think you're making progress. Had somebody that requested. I have a lot of people in here. I may not get to everybody today, guys. I'll do my best. I do have to wrap at noon. I appreciate, I feel comfortable having these conversations with this community because you guys are fucking smart and you challenge me to be prepared for the show. I could probably fake it, but I would never do that to you because you wouldn't let me. So it's important that we have these conversations. So thank you for allowing me to have it. I appreciate it. Stacy, how are you today?
Hello, Steve. Thanks so much for having me up. Love what you're doing. I heard my partner Lisa up here, and I think everything she said was spot on.
Agreed.
I too am the mother of a son, single mom, and it really rings true what she said about people moms allowing their sons to fantasize over who their dad was, right? At the same time, it is so important that we not vilify our sons' fathers to them. Raggedy ass piece of shit, wasn't worth nothing, never gonna be nothing, didn't love either one of us, right? That's not the way to go. And a lot of times a single parent will use the child as their confidant and sounding board, and it's so damaging. So you're threading a needle, and I just had this conversation with a friend of mine. I'm like, you have to thread the needle. You have to give them enough honesty that their brains and emotional systems can handle and process at the time. You can't give it all to them. But I remember the day I let some truth out about my son's father to him because it was pertinent, it was relevant to that particular moment. He was disappointed and he was angry at me because he thought I was keeping him from his dad. And I had to gently tell him that's not what happened. And I watched him process in real time. Sorry, my GPS. I watched him process in real time what was happening. And he was upset, but then he appreciated that I was giving him the truth, but that I didn't give it to him all at one time, right? So there's that. And then the other part about the two-parent household, like you said, there's so many.
Oh, we lost you.
Nope, there I am. Sorry. There's so many factors that feed into it. It's not one thing. It's not just a single parent. It's not just socioeconomic concerns. I know a family where it's a two-parent household. There was a lot of whatever you want, right? But dad is a little lackluster in the. I don't want to disparage him. He's the sweetest man, but mom runs the show, and son sees that. Right?
Good.
He sees that she runs the show, but not in a necessarily healthy way.
Oh,
I think he sees that she is emasculating his dad. So even him being in the home, he is getting these signals that women don't respect. Well, women are going to respect me. I'll tell you that.
Interesting.
Right? So dads need to, that's where the partnership comes in, right? It can't be one or the other ever. Ideally, when you have single parents, hopefully you can co-parent. You don't have to be in the home. A high percentage, even though there are black families that are quote unquote broken, the majority of those families, the father is involved. That's a lie that has been perpetuated, right? But when you have, whether you are parents in the same home or not, you have to co-parent, you have to be on the same page, and you have to put your child's needs and development first. So that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring, and I'm glad you reiterated that point because I want to make sure that didn't get lost earlier. I don't think it's unique to any one particular socio-demographic and or household structure. The patriarchy and the influence of the manosphere and bad behaviors that we model, or that our children model, exists everywhere. And what you said is interesting because, mom running the show, but at the same time disparaging her husband, that's probably not the behavior that she would want to have emulated by her children. So as parents, we can fuck up our kids. Let's be honest about it. But at the same time, we're human. We make mistakes.
Exactly.
We screw up. We just got to be honest about it and try to do better the next time. Right?
Yeah, and I saw a comment that says stop emasculating, and I didn't read the whole thing, but I get what you're saying. I would like for her husband to step the fuck up, right? And in the presence of his son and daughter, say in a respectful way, please don't speak to me like that. Don't speak to me like that. And I've even told him, you will get treated better once she sees that you are not allowing her to do whatever she wants and speak to you however she wants, because certainly if the tables were flipped, people would have opinions about that. So that's why I'm like, it's on both people. You don't be a piece of shit. Don't treat your partner like a piece of shit, and don't allow yourself to be treated like a piece of shit. Know your worth.
That part. Thank you. I appreciate you jumping in today, and thanks for
Absolutely.
being here. Have a good day.
Have a good one, Steve.
All right,
Bye.
take care. You too. Bye. Bye. Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, right? I mean, this whole thing today. I mean, there's so much more we could talk about. I've got a few more things I want to share with you guys. I just want to real quick. I want to thank. Hang on. I just got ordered. I got bossed around, which I kind of love. That's fine. I want to thank. Let's see, Candy. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate you, everything we do. I appreciate that. You guys want to support us as we head out of the road for the Do Something tour? A couple of things you can do. You can, of course, we are fundraising. We appreciate that. Also, please consider subscribing to our Instagram page. You can find the link in the link tweets in my bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo donations to get me out of the road. These conversations that we have here, I want to have in person, face to face. Whether it be the topic on the Manosphere, red pilling, whatever it might be. When I go out on the road, my goal would be to have as many people participate in our democracy as possible. And quite frankly, a lot of these conversations, they do tend to filter their way into politics, because we know a lot of the red pilling happens. The Charlie Kirk mindset, turning point, that messaging, they are targeting our young men. And by osmosis, targeting our young women as well, because they're all part of the same they're all part of the same demo. The 18 to 25, that college age set, want to get them before they can develop their prefrontal, so they can influence their brains. So when I go out on the road to talk to people, I'm going to be talking about all kinds of things, but I want to influence people in a positive way to say your vote, your voice, your presence, your heart matters. And I will accept the results. And you want to know how important voting is? I don't know if you paid attention to what happened in Boca Raton, Florida over the weekend. 5 votes decided an election for mayor. Democrat won in that district. Okay. 5 initially, then they did the recount and it was 1. 1 vote. 1 vote. 1 vote. And a Democrat won that seat for the first time in 30 years. If 2 Democrats decided to stay home, it wouldn't have happened. That's how important your vote is. So please, everybody step up. Should I call you Val?
Yes, you can just call me Val.
Hi, Val. How are you today?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. How about yourself?
Fine, thanks for asking. What's on your mind? I saw you requested.
Yes, so I'm actually a former incel and Yahtzee. I'm now a 24-year-old transgender woman.
Well, there you go. That's quite a shift, I must say.
Yeah, it was. When I was like 16, 17, I really started to get into the whole black pill and red pill at the same time. And it's something that took hold of me until I was probably 20, during the middle of what we now know is like the big sick. I can't say that, but that's what really started to shake me free, because I'm like, at the time, I was always blaming women for all my issues. And I was always constantly saying, it's women's fault that I don't want to say the word, but you get what I mean. And
I got you. Yep.
I continued to feel hatred. And it's actually, unfortunately, a very big pipeline within the transgender community, where it comes down to, we hate ourselves so much, we turn to the extremes. And that's what happened with me, which is I hated myself so much that I went, I'm going to be the manliest man there is, and I'm going to support the worst of the worst, because everybody deserves what I feel like on the inside.
Can I ask you a couple personal questions? You don't
yeah,
have to
of course.
answer
I don't mind. I love talking about this.
So, so where did the influences come from, as you described yourself as an incel and as a Yahtzee? So where did that influence come from?
A lot of that influence came from early social media, to be completely honest, which was, like, I remember when I first started getting political, I was right around when we had Bernie running in 2015. I considered myself a Bernie bro, and I was watching a lot of, like the Young Turks, stuff like that. But then that started pushing stuff like SJW Gets Owned compilations. Right. And that started me down the red pill line. And then when Bernie lost at the convention, that made me frustrated with the Democrats. And I'm like, what? Like we had the chance right here. And that just made me frustrated. And that started me down the conservative pipeline.
So it wasn't any one thing, Val.
No, it was a multiple. It was a multiple. It was just a specific timing, which social media planted that pill in my head of, wait, these people are saying shit that doesn't make any sense. And they're getting roasted by people like I said, this was 2016. So early Charlie Kirk, early all of them.
Yeah, really early all of them. Did you have positive? Do you have any positive influences in your life when you're growing up?
Not really. My parents got divorced right after I was 13. My dad won the divorce, but he was a very hands-off person. But he had always forced me to continue to play football. I played football up until my sophomore year of high school. And that's kind of where I developed this whole brotherhood aspect. But at the same time, that's what kind of made me feel distant and started forcing me down the incel path, because at 16, 17 is when you start really seeing young adults exploring and doing all of that, and I still wasn't getting anything. I always considered myself, I'm the good guy. I'm good. Why are you going after all these men, all these people who treat you like shit?
So when I read those stats to you earlier, obviously it wasn't a surprise to you about how old did you say you were? I forgot how old you said you were.
I'm 24 now, but I was 13 when the divorce happened.
Gotcha. Okay. So they talk about how young men, by and large, are not dating. I mean, people in the Gen Z don't really have much in the way of social connection. They're not dating, and they're making the conscious choice, whether it be full-on extreme incel or just choosing not to date. It's interesting. So you lived that?
Yes.
You lived it.
I did, and for me, it was a mixture of, the big thing was that, at least for me personally, was, I'm trying to find the right words, which was, I thought I was the best of the best. I was very cocky, and even though I wasn't taking care of myself, if that makes any sense. So I'm like, I'm doing everything perfect. I'm being the good guy. But now look, I'm not getting women. While all these guys who treat women like shit are getting women who, like, I won't name names, but like, there was one kid on the football team who had 3 different girlfriends over the span of a month and who all got laid. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I not getting anything like this? I'm doing everything right. I take things slow, but it never worked out that way.
Your deconstruction is different than many. I'm sure you would agree.
Yeah.
Just where you're at now, it sounds like you're happy. I hope you are. It sounds like you are, because you're living your true self. What would your advice be? What would your advice be? You could look back on your 16, 17, 18-year-old self, or even younger than that. It sounds like maybe that little bit of the red pilling seeped in a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah.
What would your advice be?
Look at yourself.
In particular to young men, Val. What would your advice be?
Look inward and realize that the world doesn't owe you anything. You deserve to treat yourself better than the rest of the world treats you. And it may sound counterintuitive. You think the world deserves to treat you like you're special. But in the overarching sense of things, you need to fix yourself before you can be able to get anything from anybody else.
It's interesting you say that, because if you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks come down, they always advise you to put the mask on yourself first before you can put it on anybody else, right? And I believe in the whole love yourself first, and because you can't pour from an empty cup. So that's really good advice, Val. Is there anything else that you'd like to share today?
Just when it comes to young men and young adults, when you have to treat them like I said, they don't have really a prefrontal cortex, unfortunately. And it's something I've had disagreements with people. If you can't sit there and yell at them about misogyny, all of this, you need to sit down to them and explain it to them in simple terms of, hey, look at yourself first, instead of saying, oh, well, you have internalized misogyny. It's more so break it down simple and easy, as much as I hate to say it. If somebody had sat down with me earlier before I had deconstructed all of this, I probably would have never gone down that pipeline.
That's interesting. It's really nice to meet you. I just
nice to meet you as well.
Please come back.
I will.
Whenever you have a chance. It's really good to talk to you, and thank you again for being here and really and for sharing your story. Really appreciate it. We're all better off for it. Thanks again for being here.
No worries.
You.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Be safe out there. Quite a show today, guys. There's so much on this topic to unpack. You know, as you know, one of my sort of underlying missions with what we do every single day is just to remind folks the underlying current behind a lot of stuff, that women are not respected in our society. The marginalized communities continue to feel the wrath of corporate capitalism and the power of the white man. People just not willing to stand up. So when I talk about this in terms of breaking the red pill and then can men fix men, I'll take 80's point to heart, that it's maybe fixing is not the right word. I don't know how else to describe it. We just have to be better. We have to be better. And men have to call out other men. And boy moms, I need you too. You've got to be paying attention. You've got to know what your young men are doing in the circles that they're swimming in, figuratively and literally, and also where they're spending time and what are the driving forces behind their life. Because unless we get out ahead of it now, we have an entire generation of red pill indoctrinated young men who are preying on women. And a lot of the women that are being preyed on are in a way accepting it. I don't want to use that term, it's controversial, but I think you guys know what I mean. Part of that culture, part of that lifestyle, part of that environment, part of that world of glitz. So where were their values? Who were telling them that they're not worthy of greatness coming from themselves? They don't need, fellas, women don't need us. You should be grateful if they want us in their lives. So I'll leave it right there today. Let's go raid Olive. Olive is live. Thank you all for being here today, guys. I appreciate you all very, very much. A complicated topic. Once again, another plug. If you want to support the Do Something Tour, a couple of ways you can do that. You can either follow us on Instagram. You can donate through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I'll also have the GoFundMe set up later today. Pick up some merch. These conversations have to happen, and we will continue to have them. Mods, I love you guys. Chat, you're the best in the business. I appreciate y'all very much.